want to make sure everybody got that. So on this day in 1830, it was May 28th in 1830, President Andrew Jackson signed the Indian Removal Act. He thought that this was a dual goal. No, he didn't think it. This is what he felt. It was a dual goal. Um, and the goal was to free up land in the southern states like Alabama and Mississippi and separate Native Americans from white settlements. So the Indian Removal Act authorized the president to grant lands west of the Mississippi River to American tribes in exchange for their ancestral lands in the southeastern United States. And I'm sorry if I'm saying this again, but I think I'm actually live. I'm not sure, but that's all right. We'll work that out later. Um, he claimed that this would help Native Americans eventually cast off savage their savage habits and assimilate into a civilized and Christian community. So, moving them off of their ancestral lands will cast off their savage habits somehow and then have them assimilate into a civilized Christian community. Um, yeah, but his idea behind it was to separate them from white settlements. So I'm not sure how he thought that would work. But this was also described at that time by him and others in the United States government as a benevolent policy. Can you believe that? Boy, I tell you, these white supremacists is just they are wild. So of course we know it was far from a benevolent policy. Um, it led to the forced migration of thousands of Muskogee Creek, Chickasaw, Seminole, and Cherokee people along the brutal journey known as the Trail of Tears. Um, re- so from that time, the reports detailed that there was epidemic illnesses, devastating exposure to the elements, and high death rates among those forced to relocate. An eyewitness account in the Arkansas Gazette stated no portion of American history can furnish a parallel of the misery and suffering at present endured by the immigrating Creeks. Right. So I want to go into how that affects the Black community because if it of course we know it affected the Native American tribes, but it also affected the Black community. And okay, sorry, I just got some guests coming in. um, so it also affected the Black community. So during this period, many Native American tribes enslaved Black people, and the forced relocations also included these enslaved individuals. The upheaval and displacement caused by the act compounded the already brutal conditions of slavery, leading to further suffering for Black slaves. In the southern states, the land vacated by Native American tribes were often converted into large cotton plantations, intensifying the demand for enslaved labor. So, this expansion of slavery further entrenched the systemic oppression of Black people in America. that also contribute to the economic foundation of the South that relied heavily on the exploitation of enslaved Africans. So the Indian Removal Act, horrible for Native American tribes, but also just further um, just allowed for further enslavement of Black people on these lands. So they moved them off the land, and then of course they put their cash crops on the land, and we of course was the labor that was pushing that cash crop. Um, Even though this did happen, we did find ways to resist and survive. So some Native American tribes provided refuge to runaway slaves. This is that sort of back and forth thing with um, the Native Americans and uh, formerly enslaved Black people. There's, you know, basically used as a tool by the oppressor, and so it's a difficult relationship there with um, two different groups of people being oppressed by the same person, but also fighting each other. Um, so the but of course, in some cases, Native American, they gave refuge to runaway slaves. They also interlinked the communities that stood against the encroaching settlers and their policies. So these acts of solidarity were it was crucial for survival and resistance um, faced by both Blacks and Native Americans. So the uh, Indian Removal Act is so it's a reminder that we don't have friends. And we also have to be careful on um, how we see the oppression of others. I think a lot of that is going on today. Some people is thinking that, oh, it's not happening to me, so it's not me, or it doesn't matter because it's not happening to me. But we can see how, okay, I don't know what the hell that was outside my house. um, but we can see that the oppressor can use both sides against each other, but we can also end up becoming the oppressor that once oppressed us. So I think that's something happening. That's happening today. I can see that a lot, um, and I think we might get into that a little bit today. So I wanted to talk about Marilyn Mosby, the former Baltimore City State's attorney. She was at the center of a high-profile criminal case, and she was charged and convicted of perjury and making false mortgage uh, applications, making false statements on mortgage applications. She was convicted. She was sentenced to 12 months suspended sentence. That was on May 23rd. Um, Her case is important because she was a prominent figure in advocating for criminal justice reform. She is in Baltimore. She's one of those state's attorneys that we want in those positions. It's it's a difficult relationship to describe, but the best way I can put it is we're in this system and we need to use it to make our lives easier or better. We also need to have people on the outside um, applying pressure. And then we also need people on the inside that's willing to make the changes based on our requests when we're applying that pressure. And so um, Marilyn Mosby is one of those. She's not the only one. Her case is part of a broader trend with black prosecutors being targeted. And this includes prosecutors like Kim Foxx in Chicago, Kim Gardner in St. Louis, also uh, more recently, Fonnie Willis in Fulton County, Georgia. And um, in with the Fonnie Willis case, I think I've talked about it, but I don't think I released that episode. um, but I think I think this applies with Marilyn Mosby because it's shame on us because we should not leave our community, whether they on whichever side, and we can clearly see that in some cases they are working to help better the community within their capacity. But we left them out to dry. And I think in Marilyn Mosby's case, we left her out to dry. I think with Fonnie Willis, we left her out to dry. Specifically with Fonnie Willis, we asked her um, because we are so polite and generous. We asked her to basically live alone without any type of relationships outside of whatever our request is. And that's just to take down Donald Trump because we want to, save democracy. So fuck her life, right? Because that's basically what we're saying. Uh, let Fonnie Willis, you just sit over there at your house in a dark room all alone until this bullshit is over with Donald Trump. And in the meantime, we're not gonna support you. We ain't gonna talk to you. We're not even gonna let you know that we out there with you. But we do want you to know that when you fuck up, we gonna be there to tell you you fucked up. That's basically what we asked of of Fonnie Willis. We also asked that of Marilyn Mosby. A lot of us was upset about the Freddie Gray. She was just coming in. She was a new state attorney, and she put herself out there. Like she charged those officers, even though they wasn't successful um, in convictions, or I don't even think it went further. I don't think it went past charging. But even though those officers wasn't charged, other officers were charged about. I believe she had about 20 plus convictions of police officers for misconduct, excessive force. You know that shit that we outside protesting about. Yeah, she was able to, at least charge them for it. Um, and then under Donald Trump's administration, they targeted her along with others. And this is the time where they look for anything to get you on. And once they get you on something, they're going to hammer in down real hard on it. And something is so simple as taking out her own retirement money. Yeah, that was her charges. Taking out her own retirement money and using it for whatever she used it for. She could have took the money out and wiped her ass. I wouldn't care. It's her money. It's hers. She can do whatever the fuck she want with it. But they said that she took the money and then bought a house, and then they said on the application for the mortgage, she basically lied or embellished. Now this the details about it is it's a little bit it's okay, I wouldn't even call it difficult. Okay, basically you had the CARES Act under the Trump administration. Okay, so basically you got a bunch of fucking idiots writing law, right? Hmm. And they are writing the law so bad that it's so good enough for them to do whatever the fuck they want. That's basically what it is. So this is like this is bad law at its best because it's so bad that there are so many nuances to it that you can commit a crime and then the next person could not be committing a crime because the shit is so vague in its language. And it was in its language. It allowed, and if I know this personally because I do a little work on the side with, tax returns. So if you were affected by COVID in any kind of way, you could have taken out, you could have withdrew from your retirement penalty free. And that's basically what she's charged. She was charged with because she did not pay a penalty on that retirement. Now she's able to get access to these funds. Anyone can withdraw, can take retirement out early, before you are of, retirement age, but it's a penalty for it. And so during COVID, pretty much it was a free for all. Everybody was able to take money from their nest eggs, retirement, whatever, and it was penalty free. It didn't say that you needed a hardship. I think people keep saying that you had to have a hardship. That's not what it said in the language of the CARES Act. And I can't remember the language in detail. I read all of that. I read it so you wouldn't have to. But I did read the CARES Act a while. I mean, that was a while back, years back. But it was very vague. So it didn't say you have to be affected by COVID. Like, it didn't say, it didn't give specifics. It didn't say you have to have lost your job, your income have to have changed. It didn't say anything like that. So they were trying to say that what she did by taking this money out and not paying a penalty on it, she basically, lied to the people of Baltimore. I don't think they give a fuck. But um now the amounts that she took out, I want to say it was like $40,000 and $50,000, or it was less than $100,000. So if we just say, let's say early withdrawal on retirements are like 10% penalty, right? That's less than $10,000. So the amount, so um if there's a harm there, right, to remedy that, she just pay the penalty and maybe some interest on the penalty. But no, they wanted to charge her, they wanted to give her criminal charges. They actually was initially asking for jail time. It's important to note that this was under Donald Trump's administration, the targeting of the black DAs, and it continued through the Biden administration, which to me I think is it's so political, but it's not, because Biden could come in and correct the political assassinations that the Trump administration made. But he is choosing to kind of stay out of it because he wants the justice system to work. Um, that wasn't the justice system. That was Donald Trump's justice system. So I think it's up to him. He can come in and correct that, but he's don't want to seem partisan or whatever. He's like, hands out of it. I'm gonna stay away from it. That's initially, not saying that on his last day in office or in his second term, if he get one, he can pardon whoever the fuck he want without any political implications because he can't get reelected. Um, so it's possible he may do it later on. I think it would be smart if he was to do it. But yeah, that's the gist of her charges. She was charged criminally charged with taking money out of her own retirement. Um, and then I guess they call that perjury, and then also perjury when you buying a home, because the mortgage application is a bunch of legal shit and all that. It's basically, I think that it cost them more to prosecute her than the crimes that she allegedly committed. I think I think they spent more money prosecuting her case than what the cost for her to, pay the penalty. Now they're trying to say that she should have to forfeit um the property. So I don't know the numbers, but I do know that the property value is close to 800,000. That's not what it was when she bought it. I think it was somewhere around 200,000. Um Something like that. So um s- I'm assuming, so Kim Foxx, Kim Gardner, they all stepped down. Um, I'm assuming that they were getting some heat like this too, and they just kind of, you know, fell back because, of course, without the overall public applying pressure to these politicians, they are really kind of out there on their own. And it's just it kind of sucks because we are so fucking selfish. We are really asking them to do this. We want them to do it. And when they do it, we don't support them. So, my thing is, stop the bullshit now. Like, leave your opinions at home. Who gives a fuck about their love life? Okay? Stop worrying about that. Stop worrying about who the fuck people fucking. Like, leave them alone, okay? Because what you're doing is, it's kind of like when, you start a war in, a country, supposedly the war against terror, it just really grow more terrorists. Um, it doesn't prevent anything. It doesn't stop terrorism. It kind of makes it worse. That's what's happening with when these black prosecutors are being prosecuted, and there's there's no support behind them. We are telling them that we are going to leave them in the dust. So we can't be upset and we can't look surprised when we see all of our potential fighters within the system go to the other side. Like, to me, if I was a young, I'm say really, really young college student and I see this shit, what so the expectation is that if they go to the other side, if you have some sense, the other side is going to throw you away, right? But in the other side throwing you away, you can milk them for whatever amount of money or resources that that's out there that they are willing to give. You milk them and then let them throw your ass away. You got a big ass nest egg sitting in the back for you to come collect on when they throw your ass away. Look at fucking Candace Owens. Like, you can't. Now, I'm not talking about her because that's not what she did. That bitch is stupid. But I'm talking about our young, um, our young kids coming up that wanting to be involved in criminal justice reform or social justice issues. If we can't support them and if they see that there is no support, the expectation is they are going to go to the other side. Why? Because the other side pays fucking well. Like, it pays good. That's where all the fucking money is. So if I had a choice, not me, because I don't think I would choose that, but as a kid or as a young kid, if I had a choice, go over here, make tons of money, maybe I'll, you I may compromise some some goals or some morals, but then again, I'm 19. I don't have no fucking morals. So do I go over here to this other side and you know, do, do some strange things for change and get the change and be there for a little while? Or do I go over here, be a civil servant, and be broke all my fucking life while fighting for justice, being fucking tired all the time, only for the powers that be to target me, and then I have nobody there to have my back? You tell me which is more appealing to a 19-year-old, which is more appealing to a 20-year-old. I'm gonna be honest. At 19, I ain't had no fucking morals. I don't think I would have done that, because I was into, social justice and all of that before, way before this, because I don't really talk about it a lot, but my uncle was murdered by the state. So he was executed by the state of Texas. I call it state sanctioned murder. But that's what made me be like, okay, whatever. I'll be broke and still fight, and I'll do that. I'll do the shit that Marilyn Mosby did, or Kim Foxx, or even Fonnie Willis. I don't care. I would do it because I'm fighting for something. There's some other moral shit going on there. But for a kid that has nothing, like they haven't experienced anything like that, um for the most part, they know about racism, but they've never even really had to come in direct contact with the fucking racist. Um I can now I look at them, because this is what I'm doing now. I'm looking at them. I'm like, the fuck is wrong with y'all kids? But now I look at cases like Marilyn Mosby and Fonnie Willis, Kim Foxx, Kim Gardner. There's more, and I'm like, oh, that's why y'all fucking doing this. Like, you can't. It's not like it's, like, how can you tell them to take the moral high ground, and we're not even there behind them as they take the moral high ground? So and of course, we know, in comparison to the other side, I mean, you got Donald Trump over there, 88 indictments. Like, that side don't give a fuck, really. Like, they really don't give a fuck. So I'm just thinking about how far our kids thinking they could go, because the argument about morality is kind of gone. And I don't know if you can be moral when you hungry, right? Because we say that crime is of circumstance, right? So if someone would go as far as committing a crime because they're hungry, well, can we not expect them to go as far as not committing a crime and feed themselves? Because they're not doing anything wrong. It's just, for us, we're like, you selling us out. But it's like, it's of circumstance. Are we really telling them you supposed to be broke all your life, miserable, and you supposed to fight for justice? While doing that, we won't have your back. I know white people do that, but are we doing that too? Because I don't see a lot of us that's out there screaming for, Marilyn Mosby and Kim Fox and them and Fannie Willis, when the shit is, it's all, when it's being, everything is being thrown at them. I don't see us like that. Like, that's not what we doing. So, like, I'm gonna take white people out of this, but I'm saying us. Like, are we really doing that? Because if we are, then we are doing the same thing that America does when they go across the world and blow up people fucking countries and sit back and say, well, why all these fucking terrorists hate us? Well, of course, it's evident. This is what we're doing. We're cultivating an environment for our kids to sell us out. That's what we're doing. We have to expect it, unless we make some changes and actually support them, even when they're not going up against the powers that be to do good for the community. When they're not, when they are, we need to let them know and show them, not just by saying it, but with our actions, that we gonna have a back, because we know this is the season of bandwagons. And I honestly think Marilyn Mosby is gonna go down in the history books as someone who fought for, you know, justice. She's probably gonna be in the history books, but it's probably going to be a a footnote in there, in the same way it is with MLK. It's just they don't put the footnote in there, but if you was black during that time, you know the footnote. Your ass was telling MLK to shut up and sit down and fall back. It's probably going to be something like that. Like, we're asking for change, we want them to fight for us, and then when they do it, we leave them out to dry. And so I think it's all our fault. Um, and I think we need to make some real changes with ourselves within the community if we are going to expect us to grow um, criminal justice, social justice fighters. Do we still want them? Well, we need to be cultivating an environment for them. And right now, this is not the environment for them, especially when we get them on the inside, on the other side, not just on the inside as a defense attorney, but on the inside as a prosecuting attorney, because prosecution, prosecutorial discretion is a real thing. It is up to them to it's up to them to decide who they're going to prosecute. Do you want, you know, the white guy with the Trump flag in his yard on the other side, or do you want a Marilyn Mosby? Because Marilyn Mosby isn't there now. She actually, I think she ran again for another term, but she lost the election. So that's another thing. We're not supporting them by keeping them there. And we also not supporting them when, when the chips fall in the wrong way. And that's not something that's gonna stop. That's gonna continue to happen. They are going to continue to target us, especially if we allow some people to hold public office in um, on the federal level, but also too on the state level. Now, these were federal charges, but I have some guests. I want to bring them in. I want to get their inputs on um, my comments about us cultivating sellouts. Um, let's see. Hello.
Hey.
Um, Thank y'all for joining me today. I keep looking down at the other computer because I got two things going on here. Um, but I appreciate y'all coming in. So what y'all think? Just go ahead, whoever want to take it, about us cultivating sellouts, aka black terrorists. Hold on 1 second. Can you hear her? Okay, Marlon.
I can't. She coming through real
Okay, yeah,
staticky.
it's static. Okay, I thought it was me. I want to try. Let me see. I'm gonna mute. Let's see if I can.
You hear me now?
I got it now. Do a mic check real
You can
quick.
hear me?
It's a little better.
Let's see.
Sorry. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, it's better. It's better. Just
Okay.
speak up, it's a little low, so if you can speak up, but we can hear you.
Okay. My Bluetooth was dying. I think that's what it was. But I think we need to have money to back these folks up. I mean, like right now in my position in life, I can back you up with money, but I can't put my neck out there because if I put my neck out there, I have two people that are contractors with the government. I don't need their lives jeopardized, my husband and my daughter. But if it was just me, I would be out there a little more boisterous. But I would definitely be behind the scenes backing them up with money, insurance, something to fall back on because it's just like with Colin Kaepernick. Everybody said they were behind him, but did they put money behind him? Did they stop watching the NFL long enough for them to feel the pain? Why weren't the brothers out there that are on the field standing up for him? All they have to do is sit down for a couple of games. They would have worked something out. It's just like the college team in Missouri had more gumption, so they said we're gonna sit out one game. Man, they fired that president and who was it, the athletic director or whatever it
Okay,
was.
you went out again.
Yeah, you going out again.
I think your hand was on your mic.
I think so too. I moved my
Okay.
finger. I'm sorry.
Okay, there it is.
It's like the Missouri players had more gumption with themselves because they just said that we're gonna sit out one game, and the school said all right, and they fired the people that they wanted. That was the president and the athletic director. I think I think I don't want to say we're a bunch of punks, but we're a bunch of punks because we're not putting any skin in the game. You can't go into a fight and not get a scratch or a bruise. You know.
It's true.
So
Yeah, I agree. Um, I think money can work. But I think voices can work. Like even without, because I'm sure everyone may not have the money, but voices can also be helpful. Those kids in college that's protesting now, they probably not sending no money, but they're out there in the streets protesting. I think in the same way we need to start doing that in the same way. Like the way Marilyn Mosby had to trot herself out to just to basically not get jail time because
yeah,
I think we know already that and she was making these pleas before she was sentenced. But her case, I believe they were also gagged in her case too. And so
they did
she
a
had to
lot of
stop
crooked
talking about it.
things in her case, and it ticks me off because she was really good, and they didn't like the fact that she was good and that
And young.
she stood up. She had the fire to fight that. Now, Baltimore City's police are the most one of the most corrupt ones next to the Chicago police. So you got that, and then a lot of the city cops were people that lived out in the counties, and they had no skin in the game for protecting the city. And then when she prosecuted all those ones, I think they were taking guns and drugs and things from the dealers.
Mm-hmm.
She had to go. And what I don't like about the Biden administration is they should have gotten rid of all of those attorneys generals because they held the guy over. And then what's his name? What's his name? The attorney general now.
Oh,
Merrick Garland.
Merrick
Merrick
Garland.
Garland. Okay, I was getting the name mixed up. Um, he's just all this. I don't want to look political is making us look like a bunch of punks, just like we're getting punked by Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Netanyahu, who told his folks, he said, "Look, you ain't got to worry about the Americans. I'll just tell them something. We can go ahead and do what we're doing right now." And this is going to come back to bite all of us. I don't want to say what's going to happen because I don't want them knocking on my door because they probably already listened to my body. I got kicked out of, when I was on regular Twitter. I got kicked out of Twitter, and I tried to put stuff on Instagram and say, "Well, you want to make sure you change the word." I'm like, "No, I put exactly what I wanted to put out there."
Oh yeah, they so racist. Oh gosh. I
But
mean,
Yeah.
but as far as
Twitter's
the
so
money,
racist.
I was saying money and the voices.
Mm-hmm.
It's a combination of things.
Right. Um, what
Well,
you think, Marlon?
um,
What's your take on it? Us cultivating sellouts. Are
I
we?
don't even I don't even know I don't even know if we're cultivating sellouts. I think the other side is generating interest. I think they're providing incentives, like you were saying before. Um, they're protesters, right? Their protesters are intrinsically connected to their media, and the
Mm-hmm.
media is intrinsically connected to the finance capital, and the finance capital is intrinsically connected to the courts, right? Which are
Yeah.
supposed to be kind of like non-political, and then the courts are connected to the executives and the legislators. So they
Mm-hmm.
have they connected on
Have
so
an
many levels.
ecosystem. Yeah.
So when you now you turn around and you look at the left or progressive, whatever name you want to put on it, um, they, the protesters that's at Columbia, just pick a college, right? Columbia, from Columbia to Berkeley, going all the way down to wherever down south. Um, they're not connected to any type of pack. You know what I mean? They're not connected to no
Oh
political
yeah.
action committee,
Mm-hmm.
right? The political action committees, like there are no rock stars in the Democratic Party. You know what I mean? I think that I don't know why that is. I have some ideas, but
What you mean
you
by
know,
rock stars? What you mean by rock stars?
like there's no heir apparent. You know what I mean? Like, so you got Biden as the president, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I don't think it's a consensus that people want Kamala Harris to be the next president across the tent. You know what I
Right.
mean? I know a lot of progressive people that can't get over her being the top cop in California, right? Because
Yeah.
they're abolitionists, right? So because see over in they tent, they don't have they tent is not as pluralistic and diversified as ours, right? Some
Mm-hmm.
people are ready to die on the abolitionist hill. Some people are ready to die on the pacifist hill, and they ready to die on the Israeli hill. Some people are ready to die on the UBI hill, universal basic income. You know, over there, they just want guns and God and women to stay in the kitchen pregnant and barefoot. If you can package all those up, you know, in a flag, you know what I mean? It's not that hard to get behind. So I
I'm not,
think I think we have a platform problem, and I think we have an institutional connecting problem.
we also have a lot of mis and disinformation because, truth be told, Kamala Harris was not the one prosecuting all these people they were talking about going to jail. The thing is, she had a program to keep folks out of jail, but you don't hear anything about that. And I mean, even a defense lawyer had to come out and say, "Hey, yeah, she did help a
Yeah.
lot of my clients stay out of jail and go through like a conversion diversion program."
Mm-hmm.
But once the lie gets out there, or the misinformation and different information gets out there, there's nobody really battling it. And you can't say, well, that's a lie about myself, and you can't put all your time in defending yourself. There's got to be a cadre behind you to defend you and defend what you put out there. And just the fact that she's a woman, let's face it,
That's a part of it too. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
big part of it
She's a
too.
woman and she's a
a
black woman.
criminal, bankrupt, rapist, child molester over a woman because she stayed with her
Yeah, and
husband
she
who said
doubled, and
something.
she got she got like a trifecta. She's a woman, she's black, and she's Asian.
Yes.
Don't underestimate the wasp's level of hate for Asian people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Copas
So
came out and told what's his name, Barbara
right,
Smith,
yeah. Ramaswamy say, look,
to his
you was the most
face.
articulate person. You made the most sense, but I can't vote for you because you're Indian. and
Exactly.
That
and
was
he
so
hey
hilarious.
hey and then he sat there, just shucking and jiving,
He couldn't
for the rest of the interview.
Yep.
he couldn't say nothing. But you know what? With Donald Trump being a criminal a rapist, and he's not. He's perfectly aligned with all of the other 40 presidents before him. I mean, if
Yeah.
you but all the presidents, let's say the first 14, um, we can go even further because the first
Yeah.
14 was just, up until Abraham Lincoln. But we want to be honest, there was several after Abraham Lincoln that was also of that same behavior.
Yeah.
So this is what white people like.
I
I
was going to
mean,
say that's their barbaric barbarism backwards lifestyle.
right.
And you can't tell me that it's not, because everywhere they went, they were barbaric. Like you said, they came out of a lack of material resources and go to where the resources are, and people who are not thinking barbarically get run over.
Right, because I don't know if y'all probably wasn't here when I started off. I started off talking about Andrew Jackson because on
Yeah.
this day in 1830 he signed the Indian Removal Act. But this is some of the things he said, um, that it would help cast off their savage habits and assimilate into a civilized and Christian community. He called it the benevolent policy. So like he's saying that these people are savage, they should be removed, and then he viciously violently removes them from their land in savage like fashion. But
Exactly.
is that let me
That's
see, who's that?
this JD Dickey, Republic of Violence, and
Oh,
then this is
Republic of Violence.
yeah, Republic of Violence. I think Dr. Carr, I think he might have held this one up, but this is
A
like
brutal
Indian
reckoning.
Removal, yeah,
Yeah.
Indian Removal Act book. And then I don't know if you're familiar with the Oxford like Library of American History, but these huge volumes, but this is the one that covers
I
what they
can't
call the
see.
eight. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me hold it up. Like,
Okay, the transformation of America.
yeah, but that's covering the age of Jackson. And then I got Arthur Schlesinger. I got a whole bottom row behind me that's all just the age of Jackson. Because it's
Of
an age,
Andrew J.
yeah, because it's an age nobody talks about that period in history, but it's a crucial, it's a really, really crucial time, you know what I mean? It sets up the Civil War, you know, westward expansion, Indian removal, probably because it's such a dark time, it's such a dark time. But
I don't
yeah,
know, because they talk about it for the stuff that they like to talk about it for.
Right.
They don't talk about it for, that's like all these people with this newest poll saying that the best decade or the best, I guess it was a decade. I don't know about the poll, but the best decade was the 40s and the 50s. Like, so
Yes.
that's some people. So I think it was white people who,
Yeah.
1940s and 1950s.
The white
yes,
people, yeah.
I
Oh
think that was
wow.
white people who took that poll. One, um, and then I also think that it was, um, I don't think that was maybe one or two black people. And if it was black people that said 1950s, it's possible that they could have said that because that was the start of the turn where you had the NAACP fighting all of these cases about
Right.
resources, not trying
Yeah,
to sit on side of white people. They were
yeah.
fighting to get the resources. So you have people, it's possible. Now I'm thinking
And private industry opened up in the late 40s after they
the
turned a
Great
lot of
Depression.
those factories, they retrofitted a lot of those factories into stuff. And so from Mobile, Alabama, all the way up to the East Coast and the Midwest,
Hmm.
you had industry open up, so people was able to go to factories, and then you get suburban sprawl that follows that. So a lot of people will look at the 50s and say that, but you know it's a lot of other bad shit going on in the 50s
You
too, though.
also
So
had you also had a small number of uh black people that was able to kind of find their footing in that during that time frame, mostly around real estate because of segregation. So they were, basically only renting to or buying or selling, renting, mostly renting because we know the time with the factories, the industrial um, revolution, the war, that there they still were segregating and discriminating, but black people who had a little bit of money was able to make some money um, in areas like real estate. It's also the time when um, black banks started to emerge. So, but I
Hey,
don't think that
the
that
audio,
was
it's an
what they was
echo.
talking about. It's my echo.
It's an
Okay.
echo. So somebody on speaker, just mute until it's time to talk. And
Okay. Is it me? No.
I
I
can't
don't
find
know.
me. Hold on. I'm trying to find myself. That's what
Yeah,
I get for trying to look.
your screen black though. Your screen black right now, A Train.
Okay, I got you. I got you, A Train. I'll unmute it when um I think that's also the time with the emergence of black banks. And so it's possible. I don't think those were the people. So I want to say two things about
That's
that.
tokenism. If somebody saying the 50s, that's somebody they're not aware of the history. That's just and
So
and the people that's not aware, that's who they put the mic in. They
right,
find them and
right.
put the
Those are the
mic in their
people
face.
who are taking that. Those are the people who are getting those polls. But I was gonna. That's what I was gonna say. That I think that those people who answered, they had to have been around in that time because I can't read a history book and say, "Oh, you know what? The 40s was nice." Like I don't know, but some kids do that because I think I want to I want to say that was a Taylor Swift song or something where she was like, "I just want us to go back to the 1940s except for all the racism." Excuse me, lady? I mean,
It
racism,
was the 18
sexism.
somethings. It
Um
was the 1800s somewhere in
oh,
there.
she said the
I
1800s.
saw that article.
Yeah, but I'm still
Hmm.
like, "What? Are you a fucking idiot?" So
I think they're asking white folks. They're not asking us.
well,
Or,
I think he put
or
the poll
anybody.
out to everybody, but I think his audience largely is white. So I believe that look at the demographics of the people who consume this type of music, or I mean not music, this type of information. Uh Males, white, over 60. I think those are the people that answered that poll to in my opinion. If there was some black people who answered it, maybe those were some of the ones who, you know, fell through the cracks or something. And then it's possible that they're already conservative.
Right.
So let
Yeah.
me see.
I know.
Hold on one
I was
second.
looking at a message that George Smith put across. He was saying that maybe Gavin Newsom had more pull
Oh yeah,
behind.
yeah. That's I did want to answer that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
George Smith says, I wonder if Gavin Newsom has more clout behind the scenes than Kamala Harris. I don't think so. I think this is my opinion, y'all, and then y'all give me y'all's.
Mm.
I think that they want anybody but Kamala. And I think they started throwing out names of people. And mind you, this is the left that's doing this, or the liberal Democrats, whatever you want to call them.
Neoliberals.
I don't I don't even care about them labels. Basically, from
Right.
within the party,
Yes.
that was these people that started throwing out those names like Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmore. Like what the fuck? Like I don't know how Gretchen Whitmore is more qualified than Kamala. And then they say, oh, because she was a governor, because she's never been a governor. Well, what the fuck? She was the damn cop of the state. Like
Exactly.
they need to know more than the fucking governor.
Yeah,
Like
she ran the Department of Justice for a state, which is a
yes,
sprawling,
she was the
government
head.
enterprise in and of itself, right?
She
She's
was
It's
the
like
top
it's
managing,
a
cop.
small
yeah,
country.
she's managing every county,
Exactly,
all the
of the
counties.
state.
Yeah,
Exactly. Of
a
this
huge
is
state. You know,
It's a
this, yeah, she's
huge
not in
thing.
Vermont, she out there in
Right.
Cali. So
Right. And then I would think that
Male and white. That's the answer.
I think that's it because the other woman was just white. I'm like, well, damn, you mean to tell me of all these names that y'all throwing out, that ain't it ain't one black woman that would be considered qualified? Well, ain't no fucking black female governors. So okay, so instead of because um she was the district attorney for the state,
Hmm.
she also was a senator. In being a senator is not like being in the house. Like you got to know a little bit more. If you look at the credentials of most senators, and I talked about this in another episode. I don't know if I released it. But I got all these episodes I need to release. But um it's a different sort of most of the senators are former attorneys. Most of them have law degrees.
Right.
Most of them have either been district attorneys, prosecuting attorneys, something of that sort. That so they've held, um, in a sense, with the exception of Tommy Tuberville
I was getting ready
and
to say, except for the dumb nuts, like
and
he's
what's
just
the other one? Because it's
uh
another one. I want to say Marsha Blackburn,
yes, those
but
two are
is
really
she in the Senate?
unqualified.
Marsha Blackburn is in the
Yes, she's
Senate,
a
right?
Tennessee senator.
Okay, so with the exception of her and Tommy Tuberville, because I don't think that motherfucker know how to read. But
He
anyway,
doesn't.
um,
He he
I'll,
was he was living off of the valor of his dad. Got killed in World War II, so I know about the vet. You don't know shit. Diddly squad. And
oh, he didn't go.
no, his daddy went, and he was a kid when he died.
Well, how the hell
hmm,
he know what his?
You don't know shit. And that's the thing. And what pisses me, I'm sorry, y'all. I ain't mean to get this way. That's the sailor coming out in me. But
Oh, go
what?
ahead. You know, I've been sailing on since the beginning of this.
Look, these motherfuckers here are just stupid. Americans are stupid. I'm just gonna say that in the general because we have been dumbed down, and then you got these fools that are gonna listen to all the dumb theories, non-science, non anything, nothing factual behind them, and they're gonna follow them. And I have a daughter that starts talk. I'm like, shut up. She's like, don't shut up. I'm like, look, I'm your mama right now. I'm being your mama. You're stupid. You need to read something. You need to listen to something other than that crap you listening to, like the stupid rappers and whatnot. And because I'm like, you don't belong in
Sexy
here.
Red, that's your girl, Marlon. Sexy
I knew you were finna do. I knew you.
That
Tell them
drives me
hoes we go together.
crazy.
No.
I'm just, people are stupid.
That's
Come
that's
on.
your girl. The Sexy Reds of them.
Oh man.
All of them.
I
So,
think George Smith is saying that Marsha Blackburn. He said
Yeah.
she's my
yeah.
dumbass senator.
But to what George and peace to George too, man. But what George said about Gavin Newsom having more clout and being a white male, it reminds me of I'm still taking like books, like I still got a bunch of boxes in the house, but I, it's a book that I have. I got like a whole like Civil War like section, and it's a book called Lincoln and His Generals, and it's not a military book at all. It's talking about how he picked his generals, right? Because back then the president would pick them, right? I mean, they still kind of pick them, but
Yeah, yeah.
they would pick them, and then the
They
Senate
are.
would
They still
confirm them.
appointed. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I think I
so
have that book on audio. I
yeah,
think I have
Lincoln
the
and his
audio book.
generals. Yeah, I think it's
Hmm.
Harry T. Smith. Maybe be the
Yeah, I think I
might be the
have that.
author. But he would get letters from his constituents saying, you know, you know, maybe make this guy a general. And he would have like roundtables where he would say, okay, where is he from? Is he Irish? Is he Polish? And he would strategically pick these generals, you know, he would have to pick a good general, then he would have to pick one that was political, that so a certain town could be happy.
Yeah,
And
that's
and so I so I'm bringing that up to say, how calculated do we have to be, you know, when we look at a ticket? You know what I'm saying? If we see somebody's not a
Very
good candidate,
calculated.
do we have to try to, do we pick a better candidate, or do we try to educate the masses, or do we try to do salesmanship and say no, this guy's really good. You just need to know about him or whatever. But I don't think we calculated at all. I think we put whoever wins, we just try to sell it, and we go on.
oh, I don't how calculate. Okay, so before they were very calculated from since the inception of this country. The reason George
Think tanks and
Washington,
packs and different
yeah,
things like that, right?
the reason George Washington became the first president is because of the American Revolution. And the beginning, the very first sort of presidents in the beginning, they were based on their military experience. So you had to have, been involved in, led a team in combat or been involved in combat, something of that sort. But also, um, I mean, not George Washington.
Shit, what the fuck
when,
Thomas Jefferson led? Thomas Jefferson almost
well,
got brought up on charges for running during the revolution.
Well, oh wait, he wasn't the only one. Okay, so I do
Yeah.
have to talk about that because boy, those fucking, that's why, speaking of Jackson, that's
Because he
why
was the
during the
governor
war,
of Virginia, and when the British troops came through Virginia, they say he hid.
he wasn't the
And
only
back then
one
they used
though.
to kill. And back then they used to kill you for that. They would kill
But
you for
look,
cowardice.
during no, so he wasn't the only one. It was a whole slew of them that said, you know what, fuck this country. They really said that. That's
Oh
why
yeah,
they actually
loyalists.
they actually started to use more of the black or the enslaved black people to fight during the American Revolution, but also
Hmm.
during the War of 1812, Andrew Jackson sent letters to request the black troops to help him win the War of 1812
Yeah,
because
down in New Orleans. Yeah.
yes, he talked about how they were so victorious in with the Spanish, and he tapped them personally because the fucking white uh the white brigades was sorry. He said they were
Yeah.
unreliable. He said they wasn't smart, they were unreliable, they were weak. He said
Hmm.
they were dumb.
Yep.
And he
Just
tapped
just
the
like
black soldier. That's how he won the War of 1812, by
that's
using
how
the black
Washington
soldiers.
won. Because Washington didn't want the blacks at first, and then he realized he needed them.
He needed them. But that's the same thing
Hmm.
that Abraham Lincoln did,
Mhm.
because he said he was on the same thing. And then it was like, fuck, we kind of need them. Every single time they need us, and not just, because, we are the greatest people on earth. I mean, of course we are, but
Right.
their people are sorry. Like y'all folks are weak. Like this is y'all saying this yourselves to the point where he had to go around. Mind you, Jackson, in all of his fucking racism, he said,
Like,
"Man,
yeah,
fuck this.
I,
I
I'm from
need them."
Florida, so when you think about how Florida became a state, Jackson, he's sitting around. Monroe's the president. They sitting around. They was like, hey, you know. Then somebody like come in, like, you heard what the fuck Jackson did? Like, he wasn't even supposed to cross the border in the Spanish Florida. He goes down there, he kills
No.
every black person that he finds, kills every white person standing next to him, right? So Monroe is like sitting in his office, like, oh shit, we just popped off like the War 1812 is brewing. Now we gotta. It's a book called The Other War 1812 about like
Uh-huh.
Florida, about how
Yeah.
all these crackers went down there and attacked these people, and they like, oh my God, we finna have to fight Britain and Spain at the same time. And
They fucked up.
what's the president that came after Monroe? The second president, Adams' son. But he said, won't you just offer to buy Florida from Spain? And so
Mm-hmm.
I think they bought it for like 5 million, 5 or 10 million, You know what I mean?
But you
But
see
but it happened on accident though.
right. But you see the calculation also. It's the same thing. Some similar with the Louisiana Purchase too,
Yeah,
because
John Quincy Adams. John Quincy
Quincy
Adams
Adams.
was the one that said, "Hey, you should just put some money up."
But it's the same with like all of these, like they had to come with us. Oh gosh, he said.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Let
I
me
read
read
that
the
too.
comment. He said Jefferson hiding in the cellar eating James Hemmy
Mac and cheese.
mac and cheese and praying on Sally Hemings. You damn
Yeah,
stupid.
no
That's
Diddy,
exactly
no
what
Diddy.
his punk ass was doing. But I
Yeah.
don't know. They gave it to Jefferson for it was a consolation prize or something.
Well,
Like
no, he was on that ticket, because he was the
the vice
yeah,
president.
yeah, he was the vice president, and then he emerged as the leading Republican voice to the what do they call them back
Radical
then?
Republicans in the
The
no
to,
in the
not the Tories, but the
in the
uh
beginning the Whig Party.
yeah, what was Washington and Hamilton? What do they call those guys? Because they didn't call them because the
So
Republicans were the populists back then.
they so I don't know because there was during that time there was the emergence of parties, but they didn't really have the creation of the parties didn't really come until maybe the fourth or fifth. So they
Yeah.
was the Democratic Republics, the Democratic Republicans, the
The wigs and
they had the Whig Party
Hold up,
that
I got a
came
book.
later,
Hold up, I got
Radical
it.
Republicans. Um,
I got a book.
got a book.
but
Here you go.
in the beginning,
Yeah,
you had the Loyalists and
There
the
you go.
Patriots. That was in
but that was for the war though.
the
That was
war, the American Revolution. So
yeah. They
I don't
were
know.
because Washington was like he's against factionalism, right? He's like I'm against factionalism. I don't think we should even have parties.
Right,
So I,
right. He
I
was
so
completely
I'll show
against
you
it.
I'll show you this book here, right? It's by this guy. I
So
think
that's
is it Daniel Rasmussen? Yeah, Dennis Rasmussen, but it's called Fears of a Setting Sun, and it's a nice little book because it talks about
I ain't never
four
heard of that.
four. Yeah, it's about these four. It's about Hamilton, not Hamilton. It's about Washington, Jefferson. What's the little short guy that did the Federalist Papers?
Uh,
Um,
You said Hamilton,
Hamilton.
no,
Washington,
no,
Hamilton, Madison,
Washington. Yeah, Madison, and Jefferson.
Jefferson.
But he talked about
I
how
found
all
him.
of them had like their doubts, and he goes over their letters and stuff. Because it's like back then. That's why I don't. It's crazy people like to argue history, but I'm like they wrote letters. Like like
Oh
like
yes, they
the
were very
17th,
vocal.
18th, and 19th century got receipts.
Yeah, they were very vocal. They did not care. Wasn't afraid about it either. That's what I like about Ketanji Brown Jackson on the Supreme Court because she goes
Yes.
to those
Yeah,
letters
she'll dig
every
into it.
time. She goes to those letters and tell them like y'all making this shit up because they told us what they wanted. And that shit there is not what y'all saying. That ain't what it is.
Yeah,
Right.
So
Federalists. So
Federalists.
Washington and
Oh,
Hamilton, they were considered
George said that.
Federalists, and
George Smith
then
said that.
yeah,
Sorry, I
yeah,
didn't put it
yeah,
up.
yeah, Federalists, and then um, Jefferson was considered like Republicans or whatever, or populists. We for the small man, you
Right.
know, and the Federalists wanted a strong government. You know what I mean, which meant more taxes. You
Mm-hmm.
know, because have set up a national bank and all of that, and going back to Jackson came and dismantled the shit.
Yeah, but he
You
ran
know,
as the populist, as the real
yeah.
so-called
Yeah, he
populist.
was he was like, I'm gonna push the line even further. I'm gonna come up with some new shit. I'm a Democrat.
Yeah, and then like
Yeah.
I'm a regular guy.
Now,
I'm
wasn't he like the poor guy?
That's what
Jackson
he was.
was
He wasn't
alcoholic
poor,
and all that kind of stuff.
but he was like of the farm class, which they called
Yeah.
that they
The
considered
planter
the
class,
planter class, but
yeah.
that's not considered poor. That's just you just not buttoned up in a suit and tie type shit.
Well, I
You
don't even
guys,
think he was that high up on the scale, on the income scale.
well,
I,
his family had land, so
did they?
yeah, they own land. He got land that was passed down from him. Like he wasn't the broke one, but I mean he wasn't, like of a lower class. So he wasn't like them, that long
He
money,
wasn't highfalutin.
yeah. So his parents, I guess you consider them, poor or coming up from modest beginnings or whatever. But that's not the same for him. But I mean, I think to go back to Marlon's question about how calculated. I don't think we was calculated. I mean, I don't think no. I think before they were more calculated because they understood the institution that they were building. I think now it's even less calculated because um it's the voting population is larger because before we know they only wanted white males with property owners to vote.
Right.
Even after they allowed others to vote, it still didn't happen until much later into the creation of this country. I mean,
The
the
26th almost.
into the amendments, because they allowed the 13, 14, 15. They allowed black men to vote. Women still couldn't vote. So
Right.
I think if was I think it was more calculated then because they didn't have to cater to a lot of demographics. And I think now, um, with the polarization in politics, and then also with the electorate being larger
Larger
and
and largely ignorant.
dumber, yeah, larger and dumber. I don't think it's about calculation. People are picking their representatives based on looks and
Popularity. Sounding stuff.
feelings.
But I
Yeah.
think hasn't it always been that way though, for the most
No,
part.
not until
But
no. Have you seen those other presidents?
I
No,
think with the earlier presidents were still
Man,
against the
them motherfuckers was
royal
butt
system.
ugly. They all look like they cousins was they fucking uncles. Like
so why did so okay, if they wasn't voting for looks, what you think they were purely voting on because they had the best policies, or did they had some about them that was attractive though? They
no,
maybe
it
they
was
spoke
interest.
well.
I think it was
Yeah.
interest and oration. I think if you didn't have to look good. Have you seen John C. Calhoun? Like this
I think it
motherfucker.
was because they were still connected to the old country and they knew the ways that they didn't want to have over here. And we're so far removed from that now. And like you said, stupid. Uh,
That's true.
that
But I think so. I think they were more calculated in this because remember, you had people crossing party lines you know, on presidential tickets. It wasn't just one or two times. They often did that. They would come, this party and then pull from this party. That's so that they could get the votes so that they could, you know, appeal to a portion of the electorate and then another side of the electorate, knowing that they can't win the election only with just their constituents. They need to
right,
pull some from the other side. I think they were more calculated because these were the people who created this government. They knew how to work it, and then they also changed the laws to benefit them.
right,
So when the shit, got when it was different, they changed it. They came in and changed the laws and made it where, you know what I'm saying? So I think you had people who were they were calculated, but they were calculated in their um knowing their knowing the laws and the politics of the country. And then it was a young country too.
yeah,
So I think they were calculated. I think we are we should be as calculated as they were, but we're not.
we're not.
And because we're not as calculated, this is how we get people like fucking Donald Trump. When you got a bigger electorate, this is more regular ass people voting, and then they go and vote for the most outsider in the fucking and they called him he's a inside outside guy. Dude, he is the most inside outside dude. Like, he is on the inside of the political realm, because he's dabbling. If you got some money, or if you even tell people, or people think you got some money, you
Mhm.
inside of that fucking beltway. Like, he was in there, but he made his constituents believe that he
He was the
wasn't.
outsider. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's like draining the swamp. Like, is he gonna drain himself? Like, y'all know he is the swamp, right? Like, and then he came in and he just filled the fucking swamp.
The swamp
Like,
teachers.
yeah, he just filled it back up. He didn't drain nothing. So I think them not being calculated and only having to appeal to the emotions of people instead of the intellect is where, that's how the voting populace is fucked up now. They
Mm-hmm.
really voting for people because of their looks. They're really voting for people because of um their popularity in their circles, not because, now some of them is, they looking at the policies. I think a lot of them on the inside with Donald Trump, they
Mm-hmm.
were looking at the tool, Donald Trump as the tool. Like, hell yeah,
So
get that
you'll get all
motherfucker
the
in.
dummies
He
for us
gonna
to
get
vote
all
for
this
us
shit for us.
while we're making policy behind the scenes
Right.
to just write all these folks out of it.
Yes, I think that's what they is. And I think now that's not the case. It's not so much the case because we are still, chasing this, we're chasing, I don't know what the fuck they chasing, but
Details what they're doing.
they are.
Right now, I was listening to Zerlina on Progressive channel, and this morning she was talking about how our station in the world, the United States, is going down. Yes, it went down with Trump, but with Biden not standing up to number one Netanyahu, it's making us look weaker, and that's why the European countries are standing up Palestine, saying, okay, they are state now, and they're coming together over there to kind of put us out. So we're gonna be asked out here. And I know that Biden, we got to elect him again, but he need to just get it reelected and then graciously step down and let Kamala Harris. And I'm thinking for the homeland, Julian Castro or Pete Buttigieg, because he's good. He outthinks those folks. So, but I don't know.
What you saying? In Biden's cabinet,
Well, yeah,
or
no,
since
for Biden to
since
step down after he wins the election.
Oh,
That's what
you
I think he
okay? You
needs to
saying
do.
Kamala take over and then have
Yes,
Kamala choose her VP?
yes. Either Julian Castro or Pete Buttigieg. I mean, I wouldn't even mind Gretchen because she's tough. I need some people that can fight.
I think you muted, Marlon. We can't hear you.
Oh,
Yeah, we can't hear you. I don't know about Pete Buttigieg. That's who you think?
well, the only thing I like about him is he can give it to them, the white folks. I don't know.
Can you hear me
Somewhere.
now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Now I was saying I don't think the booty judge is it, man. I think he he I don't think he president material.
Well, maybe the what do you call it? Chief of
I
staff
like
and
Castro though. I like Castro. I think
yeah.
Castro could, you know,
He just didn't have enough money behind
Because
him.
Castro come out of Texas though, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, he might be able to turn it blue.
And I think we need to sit down the old line Democrats because they're operating out of gentlemanly politics. They ain't got no more of that kind of stuff. That's what Biden's problem is. And I don't think
Yeah,
Biden is listening to his advisors because
yeah.
he's
Like that's why
he's
that's why I say there's no rock stars in the Democratic Party. I can't think of anybody. I mean, you have um
Poop booty jet.
yeah, yeah. I call him the booty judge, but
Why do they call him that?
but you know he gay.
I know, but I mean that.
No, I'm just saying, just the funny name. His name got booty in it. It was just crazy. Like you can't make that up. You know what I mean?
that's true.
Oh
But
God, Castro
you
about to
know,
pull the Latinos in. I don't know about that. It's a lot of Latino on Latino hate.
yeah, that's true. That is true. That is true.
I think
But
um,
it won't hurt.
Castro
It won't.
is
It
more
won't hurt.
progressive than Latinos, though.
if he steps down, she takes over. She can
Yes,
pick. Hell, she can pick me if she won't. It doesn't matter.
that's what I'm saying.
I mean, it doesn't matter because she's, I guess she can kind of be strategic, but it's like he stepped down. You already in there. Like you
Well,
can.
see, you know what I think the problem is? They know
The
that these
left is not gonna. The left is gonna make
shoot
sure.
themselves in their foot, you know. But that they, the thing is, if he gets reelected, and let's just say he kicks the bucket, she finishes out his term, and she can run for
Two more
terms
terms.
because she was not elected to the position.
Right.
And I think
Right.
that's what they are thinking about, and they don't want her to be there for 8, 10, 12 years.
But if they were smart, then you would do that so that you can get the most time. Because see, that's what Republicans would do. They'll pull some shit
Yeah,
like
that's what
that.
I'm saying. The Republicans are the ones thinking about it. That's why they're putting so much against her and
I
Yeah.
talking
think
against her.
How many
And
white
I
people you
bet you
think gonna stay home because of Trump
there's a
though?
bunch
On,
of
on that
rappers who don't
side.
even know that.
How
I
many
Say
think
think? How
again.
many libertarians? How many libertarians and people on the fence and middle of the road, Republicans are gonna stay home? Do you think that's what's gonna deliver the election? I mean,
I
who do
think
y'all think is gonna win? I guess I probably should ask that question first.
I think it's gonna
Well,
be the same on both sides. I think that
they're
side
going to cancel each other out.
yeah, I think his base is not as his that base on that side, the turnout is gonna be just as low as the turnout on the other side.
I I
Um
think Netanyahu is Biden's Achilles heel because
But
he's
they,
making
but
Biden look weaker and
if
weaker.
it's a rematch, I mean, they both broke records the last time out. So
yeah, but we was in I mean shit, it was a lot going on. We had
Yeah.
COVID.
it's always a lot going on.
Everybody
Well,
mail-in votes.
yeah, it was that's what I meant. Like as far as the access to voting was easier. All of that shit that we had in Harris County that we were able to do during COVID, gone.
Can't do it now.
No drive-through voting. No
They're
the
taking out
drop
drop
box
boxes. Yep.
the drop boxes, we got two in the county, and my county is
Wow,
larger
big
than
ass Harris County.
yeah,
Yep.
This
Harris
is
County
larger.
is
This might
larger
be
than
larger than some states.
Montana,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Delaware. It's larger than the population here is much larger, but the drop boxes, we only got two in our county. The
So who's doing the most heavy lifting when it comes to getting out the vote? Is it the NAACP? Is it you know is
in the
it
city
yeah like
or
what
just
what
overall.
no what organization in Harris County is doing is like saying, hey, look, we we driving people, we bringing out fold out chairs, or
Really, so it's by the candidates, but the Harris County um
by the candidates.
it's the candidates are really putting the message out, but Harris County is putting I want to say it's the county, it's the tax. No, not that. Harris County tax. I can't think of it, but the basically the leader in the Harris County, they put money into they they put funds into voter outreach and participation. Like they are putting it's like this is Harris County actually the ones that is not a specific candidate, but Harris County is the one that's putting out information about uh how to vote, when to vote, where to go vote, um different stuff like that. Harris County is the ones that's getting it out themselves. So they put funds, they put away some funds to push out the money. I mean, to push out the message. And then you have the candidates that are putting out the message to, uh, get out the vote. But
I think there
Harris
needs to be
County
a
is the
lot of
ones that's
early
putting
voting as well.
commercials and, you know, different stuff like that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think they need to do a lot of early voting. Uh, that way, because you usually, with early voting, you just go down to the county seat or whatever your city or area is, and get it done. And then you don't have a whole lot of that election day crap going on, like not enough ballots and people having to do provisional ballots and things like that.
Yeah, but it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about there's no connection between the politicians and PACs and community organizers and different things like that, because you would think that the NAACP or Divine Nine or
Well,
the
there've been so many voter suppression laws to kick them out. It's like illegal women voters can't do
but
education down in Florida because
right,
they
but
have
that's
laws
where
against all.
right, but that's where because you think about Houston. Houston has what, four law schools, so you would think that you had clinics, you know what I mean, you had clinics like civil rights clinics that are doing the work to say, hey, well, these are the laws on the books. Here's what we can and what we can't do. Let's put pamphlets together and do a letter writing campaign to educate people on how to get out here. But it just don't seem like that is
Did you
that's
listen?
happening nationwide.
Right. Did you listen to L. Joy Williams this Sunday?
I did not. What was she talking
She
about?
she takes a section of her show. I forget what it's called, but what you need to do. She was talking about find out what the ballot issues are now, read up on
Hmm.
it, and understand how they're going to word it so that you can make sure you vote the correct way. Because I was trying to get my grandson to understand. He's turning 18 before November, so he'll be able to vote in November. And I was trying to get him to understand. And I got to the point where I said, you just do what I tell you to do, and then we'll talk about it. But the way
Sometimes
she
you got to
did
be
it,
like that.
yeah, the way she did it, it makes more sense to get them involved in it, to see what you
Yeah,
voted for and your down ballot and all the things, the initiatives
yeah.
that are on the ballot.
Yeah, but like what she's saying, right? What she's saying on her radio show
Mhm.
probably should be, you should probably be getting that at your church. You know what I mean? Like it don't have to be every Sunday, but they can be like, look, the last Sunday in the month, we're gonna let Brother Johnson come up here and talk about some civics a little bit. You know what I mean? We can't tell you who to vote for because we're a nonprofit and we get money from the
Too much
government.
prosperity, man, don't you know?
I mean, but still though,
Yeah,
you
we
look at.
have to get serious about it. That's basically what it is.
Yeah, because you got the Heritage Foundation, you got American Enterprise Institute, you have Manhattan Institute, you have the Hoover Institution, you got the Cato, you
You
got
got to keep
the Federalist Society, and that's just some conservative think tanks that I thought of off the top of my head. There's more. It's way more than that, right?
hmm
Um, but they crafting up strategies for years down the line. I don't want to hear about Project 2025. right? I know
Right.
because they plan has been their plan. They Project 2025 is the same as Project 2020 and 2015. It doesn't change. It doesn't change. What is our plan though? Right?
Exactly.
I'm not really interested in public education being stripped down if we don't have our own curriculum to put forth. If we do have to go the charter school route, if they say, look, we're gonna close down public schools, if you want your kids to be educated a certain way, then you got to do this, this, and this. Where's your curriculum? If we don't have
Right.
that, then we kind of deserve whatever we're gonna get. You know what I mean? And to a certain degree.
Right.
Self
That's the scary part.
determination. It you have to burn calories. You know what I mean? Like you have to work. You have to work for the world you want to live in. And I think that's where
Right.
you lose people because a lot of people, again, I say, as long as they got dollar menus and Pornhub, a lot of people are gonna stay home and sit out elections. You know what I'm saying? Because it don't cost, it don't really cost you, to be
Wait,
apathetic.
you say porn?
I'm telling
I
you.
thought so.
And PSN and
Oh
Xbox
God.
Live. I'm telling you,
Oh man.
that's like the recipe for people, to keep people from learning about what's going on.
Right.
In Russia, you can't. I had a guy come here, from my cable company. You know what I'm saying? He was Ukrainian, but he had a Russian wife. We had a real interesting conversation. But he was talking about how in Russia it's illegal. You can't be a bum. You know what I mean? Like if a certain amount of days pass and you unemployed and you haven't look, you going up north. You going up north to bust rocks.
Siberia.
Yeah. Yeah, you going to the gulag or whatever, you know what I
Oh
mean? You going
shit.
where they had Brittany Griner at, you know what I mean?
Damn,
you
you just
know.
going to jail for not
Yeah, you got to
having
do
fun.
something. Yeah, you got to
Wow.
do something. Ain't no sitting around. You know what I mean? Now, when you work, yeah, of course they're gonna take a lot of that, and redistribute it. You know what I mean? But they will educate you because they're saying, look, how you gonna be a bum when college is free for the most part, right? You know what I
Right.
mean? You can go get you a trade, all of this stuff, the European model, you know. So and
Right. So
and
they're supplying it. They're
yeah, and
paying for it.
yeah,
Yes.
and I hear people talk about college, and college is too expensive, but it's not as expensive as people think. It's like if you do community college, then you go to a state college, but people want to go to John Hopkins and they
Right.
want to they want to get into Columbia and they want to go to Stanford. But no, I know you can't brag on because you went to community college and you went to the state school and you can't brag about it. But take the easy way out and pick a good degree. Nothing against anthropology, but get you something that they're gonna pay you for and raise up your quality of life. But I step off my
Hold
hill.
up now, cause now remember I just said we cultivating sellouts
Yeah, but what's up?
like
What's sell out
anthropology.
about that though?
Now, when you
No,
were
it's not.
talking earlier about the sellouts, and you were talking about your 19-year-old self, I'm not
Oh,
disclosing anything, but I missed the Carter and Reagan election because I was 17 when I graduated high school, and when I was in the military, all I was looking for was a pay raise. So I'm not saying whether or not I crossed the party line to vote for that fool, but I'm just saying I was at that point where I could have gone the
so
route of the money.
you
so
didn't get
so you know what's funny? You know what's funny about that A train?
What's
And
that?
I had this debate because how many years you did in the Navy?
I was in three and got out with good behavior because otherwise I wouldn't have been good.
But so I did 21, right? I just got out. So,
Right.
but over the years, I had a lot of talks with people, and they was like, "Yo, we had the highest raise we ever had when Reagan was in, and all of this, right? And Bush gave us money, and the Republicans do this, and that is one of the biggest fallacies. That's one of the biggest like political fallacies out there, right? Because it was a
Right.
guy named Tip. It was a guy named Tip O'Neill. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Who ran? Tip O'Neill ran the House, right? Didn't Tip
Right.
O'Neill run the House?
Yeah, he did. He was really good.
Right, but any raise that Reagan wanted to give the troops, the Democrats had to sign off on it. You know what I mean? And back then it was even harder because you didn't have like these absolute majorities and stuff like that.
Right.
So, and vice versa. Anything good Clinton did, you got to look at Newt Gingrich. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
but people run with that. People run with that narrative that Republicans were better for the troops or Democrats closed bases and stuff. But that brat that Clinton did, he only had a supermajority for what, 2 years, and then he lost
2 years.
everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
So for the next
Yeah.
6 years out of his 8 years, it was all Republicans. So, but people don't know what the Armed Services Committees is. They don't know what the Ways and Means Committee is. They don't know what that is.
Yeah.
You know.
Speaking of
I
that,
was young. I was 19.
No, no,
Come on,
no, no, no. I'm just talking about the narrative. I got you. I got you.
speaking of the committees, let's switch gears really quick. Not really, but I wanted to talk about um, the incident in the committee.
You
um,
know what? She
so
needed to be
during the
smacked in her mouth. I'm sorry. They
huh,
have no decorum over there.
right,
So
that's what I'm gonna talk about. So
yeah.
so
See.
I'm gonna play the video. So for our other watchers or listeners,
Oh
I
yeah.
think
Let me
this
shut
was
up.
last week during a committee hearing. Marjorie Taylor Greene made a personal attack against Jasmine Crockett, violating the House committee rules of decorum. Despite this, the Republican chair allowed Green to continue her remarks, meaning he allowed the exception of the rule for the committee members to break the rules and
Yeah.
comment on the appearance of other members of the committee. So, Representative Jasmine Crockett moved for a point of order to request clarification on the ruling, and this is what she asked. I'm gonna play that clip really quick.
Are you monetized?
Not yet.
Okay, I'm gonna
Wow.
drink this beer.
Oh no, not yet. No, okay, you fine right now. Give me 1 second. Let me tee this clip up.
I didn't even think about that. I just drank my bottle of water. I wasn't. I was thirsty.
This
And
root
you know
beer, by
what?
the way.
It's good I'm not monetized because hell, I didn't even know that. I didn't know none of that. Okay. Here we go. Let's play this clip.
This root beer for all the kids that's watching. This is not alcohol.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is okay. This is not the one. I'm gonna play it though. Uh, screen. There we go.
Man, you want to talk about viral?
Hold on, y'all can't see that.
I can't see
No.
nothing.
A brutal house bully takedown that went viral. It was even trademarked and is going to be rolled out as part of a Crockett clapback collection. That back and forth also flooding the internet
you're here for.
Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about AG.
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No, ain't nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order, Mr. Chairman.
That's beneath
would
even
you
you,
order
Yusri,
the
that's
game
beneath
order
even
of your
you.
committee?
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
What now?
But she said point of order. She was smart. She said point of order.
A what now?
She
A
played
what
by
now?
the rules.
Yeah, he was lost in the shade. He was absolutely lost in the shade.
Okay, so
he said, "Oh, I have hearing aids. I couldn't hear." Yeah.
oh gosh, so everybody missed that part. This guy, Comer, is the Comer is the chair.
Head of the Ways and Means or
the
whatever.
committee chair.
Yeah.
He said he had 2 hearing aids in each ear, and he had 4 people in each ear, and he still couldn't hear. He still could not hear. I'm like, guy, what the fuck? Why are you here? Like, if you can't hear nobody, why are you even here? Like, I don't understand.
There just to impeach Biden so he could match up with Trump. They were there to do the dumb stuff Trump wanted them to do.
Like, he can't hear shit.
He can't hear. He can't read. He does the same. Did the same thing with his brother that he accused Biden of. They're all stupid.
So he so that
see, this is what
that
happened.
was I think
what happened. Marjorie insulted Jasmine. Then Alexander called her out of order and strike.
Yeah,
when she asked to strike,
her comments too.
Marjorie was supposed to leave because she was out of order, and then Crockett, she insulted intelligence.
Yeah,
so
Marjorie Taylor
another
Greene
one
insulted them again.
Yes.
Let me play the Marjorie Taylor. I mean the AOC comment.
Yeah.
A lot of that was a result of structural changes that Republicans decided to make in real time to essentially throw out the House handbook that, frankly, and the House rules for committee guidance and for committee conduct through a vote. There was actually a procedural vote in which every single Republican went down the line and decided to vote that the comments that Marjorie Taylor Greene, the disgusting comments that she made about Representative Crockett, were in fact above board and acceptable, which is rather unprecedented in the House. These rules are, they were established in the 1800s, shored up in the 1800s, after the caning involving Charles Sumner in the Senate, precisely designed to de-escalate a political culture of violence when things get too hot. And in fact, when I was a freshman coming into the House, the rules were so widely respected that there would be motions to strike a member's words, even if they just spoke in the second person and used the word you instead of the gentleman from so-and-so. And so Marjorie Taylor Greene, her acting, like the ogre in that role is not surprising. What is surprising is Chairman Comer allowing that to be the conduct of and not just him, but every single Republican, surprisingly, except for Representative Lauren Boebert, actually. And I think, the fact that she has been subject to so much vitriol herself may have to do, may have something to do with the fact, I don't know, but it could have something to do with the fact that as women, we understand the vitriol that especially happens. And if you don't want to catch any, then you shouldn't give any. And I think that's what Representative Green encountered on Friday. You don't want none, don't start none. And if you're not going to respect the rules, then
gosh.
it's going to come to you.
It's if you don't start
You
none,
have
it
been
won't be none.
very critical
AOC.
of
Yeah,
the
they
Biden
always take
administration's
our words
policy in
and
Israel,
mess them
Gaza,
up.
although quite also strenuous
I
in your
thought he was gonna
endorsement of
play
the
her.
Biden-Harris ticket and the importance of electing sort of.
I thought he was gonna play her. Oh, baby girl, don't even play. He did not play them. I think he's trying to hold on. No, let me go back to the black people, y'all. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
I think the black people.
So how we felt about that whole thing? Was it a debacle? Was it
perfect.
What was it?
No, I think it was that Jasmine Crockett used the rules to slap back at her, but she had to. Sometimes you just have to hit that bully in the mouth, smack in the nose. Sometimes because Marjorie Taylor gets away with too much.
I think
she is so uncouth and unruly and classless that sometimes you have to just go low and slap them and clean yourself up and stand up straight, and you are all right.
Knock the shit out of them. See,
Exactly.
So I believe that it is her comments were perfect. They were necessary in the moment. Also, if you just hear what AOC described, they made a ruling saying that it was okay to attack to go after the people personally in the Senate. I mean, in the House committee. Now, this was the committee. This is the oversight committee.
Yeah, the most powerful.
This is something that's, to me, we gotta say, okay, we need to be very clear that this is not business as usual. And if you want to fight, then you have to fight within the realms of the fight. You cannot go in there trying to, so this is the thing that I don't like. One, we say Democrats so weak. Then when you see a show of strength, because remember, strength isn't defined by us no more. It's defined by whoever has the news cycle. So for them, and right now, the left is following the right. So they're following them. They're not going their own way. That's why you see how the different MSNBCs and CNNs, how they are moving further to the right. So these are the people who controls the country's morality, not your personal morality. I mean the overall morality of the country. It's the same thing that went on during slavery. People were okay with that shit until they wasn't. So
exactly,
there was people there were white people who did not hold who were not slave holding. There were white people who technically owned slaves but paid them. But the overall general public or population, they let them control how this country functioned. And a lot of people with power needed the slaves more than, they didn't have no morals. But the 1, 2, 3, or 4 that had the morals, they damn sure didn't speak up about it. And if they did spoke about it, then they had, a John Brown type situation. So they and this was what they allowed. So I think right now, because that's why you needed a Nat Turner. This is why you need you needed some of our people that did what they did and went to the extremes because these people they wasn't gonna learn. They wasn't gonna get it until they started getting the shit back. And so I don't want people saying they want Democrats to be stronger and then say, Jasmine Crockett shouldn't have said that. No, fuck you. Shut up and sit the fuck down. She should have said whatever was necessary within the rules because they had just ruled on it. So now, because I come to work every day knowing that if anything, while I'm here in this place, no one is gonna attack me personally, except for today, because
Right.
your ass and your people ruled that we can attack each other personally. So it's fair game.
It's a
I'm
precedent.
childish. She childish. I'm gonna be child. Like I could be just as childish as you. I could
Well,
be just as buttoned up as you. Like if you want to be childish, I can really be childish. And I think Marjorie Taylor Greene thought she was more childish, and uh, Jasmine Crockett showed her, no, bitch, I'm more childish than you. I bet you can't insult me and have it be an alliteration of 6 that quick without you being able to speak out of turn, because she spoke within turn.
yeah.
So she followed
Well, I
those
think
rules.
Jasmine Crockett has proven herself to be smart, educated, within the rules. The way she has been breaking down what's been going on these committees. And what she was doing at the time, the problem was that committee was supposed to meet earlier in the day, but all those stupid Republicans went to the Trump trial to stand up and look like peanut gallery. And so they had it at 8:00, and she wanted to talk about the judge's daughter doing something, raising money for Democrats. When has it been against the rule to raise money for the people that you support?
The damn chair was raising money off of the damn hearing.
Exactly. So Jasmine Crockett was asking a point of order. What are we talking about? But I don't. And remember when you said we should have been backing Marilyn Mosby and Fonnie Willis and the other two people because they were doing what we asked them to do. This is the same thing with Jasmine Crockett. That's why I didn't agree with Don Calloway on his show.
Oh, he really made me mad too.
Oh,
I was like, man, if he don't stop beating down on Jasmine Crockett, I'm gonna punch him in the middle of his forehead, because you cannot do that. You cannot do their work for them. You need to pull this aside and say, hey,
soft.
See, there go. It's soft. You got
No, I'm saying Don Calloway.
I know, but I'm saying people are asking for the Democratic Party to be
more
tough
aggressive
or more strong like the Republicans.
Yeah.
But then when they're asking them to do that, you have these other people that's saying, no, that's not how it should go, when they just voted for it to go that way. Like like stop it. I think, and he knows more, he's within that realm, but that it goes back to the whole strong weak type shit, and then us not looking out for each other. Like someone said it the other day. They was like, I don't think I want her to be like that, but I'm behind her 100%. Like, because
exactly.
It's like
Respectability politics.
Yeah, like I don't
It's a
want her to
thing.
be, but I'm so.
But she was respectable. She did it within the rules. She said, point of order, if somebody should say something like this, is that going against them personally? So she was right.
And someone had just called for, someone had just called afterwards. They called for a point of order when Jasmine Crockett said what she said. They asked right after that, like, oh no, let's no, we want to strike her words. Wait a minute, lady. You didn't want to strike the other one's words? Like,
Exactly.
what the hell is this about? Like, I think her comments were perfect. They were in reason. They cut deep because no one actually was paying attention to what Marjorie Taylor Greene, bleach blonde, bad built butch body ass was saying after that.
How do
She
we feel
said
about Butch? How do we feel about
that
Butch?
that's my grandma word. I think Jasmine
Well,
Crockett got that from her
you know
grandma.
what? All the lesbians that are mad about that can, you know what? Stop being sensitive. Stop being punk ass. You got to use some words sometime, and they come out. Then they come out.
What's wrong
Yeah.
with Butch? Hell, I heard them
It
say a
is
dog
what it
was.
is.
Man, I heard my
It
grandma
is
say
what
a
it is.
dog was Butch before. Like,
Yeah.
They're just
like
picking it
my
apart.
grandma done said she didn't call just about any fucking body Butch. Like, but if if it's like, I guess if you take the
Yeah.
word, then it's yours. Like, don't take it.
Exactly.
Shit,
Exactly.
just that word is so old. I don't even think the
Exactly.
people who are making all of the memes and the music, they don't even know what butch means. Like,
Exactly.
They don't know
it's
what bad built. A lot of them don't know what bad built
they
mean.
don't, but they might have heard that because
Now, what does bad built mean? I never heard that before.
mean you built like a sweet potato.
she built like a fucking cereal
Oh,
box.
You know.
I I say
or
bad
like a
built.
thumb, like Elmer
I say
Fudd.
bad built, basket built, box
Mhm.
built. I've said a lot of them. Like,
Mhm.
that's what it is. And her ass she is bad built like a fucking butch. They say she do CrossFit. She need to cut that shit out. Like,
Well, the
you
way
got
she was doing it was
it's too
so
much up in
aggressive and
here.
wild.
Like,
Hmm.
it's too much up in here. So I think that
And I think she the
just
one to place them bombs out by those.
oh yeah, you seen her come out.
She
They
she
said
the
that
one
was
that did
her
it.
in that
It
hoodie
was.
in the dark after the
It
J6
was. You could
shit.
tell by the walk. You could tell by
Yeah,
the same tennis shoes
yeah,
she was wearing.
you know what, you're right. I can tell. That butch body looked butch that day too, and I think that was
And
her.
she was strong enough to carry it. So
Right. So
She
she
built like a mini fridge.
box built. You know them basket
Yeah.
hats.
Piece to Greg Battle too. Greg Battle, I see you in the chat, brother.
Oh, hey Baba Greg. Yeah, I'm all in my bullshit right now. Um, I am definitely loving this. I
but
am here for the Marjorie Taylor Greene slander. She is
but
bleached. I
yeah.
was thinking, is she talking about the hair being bleached or the skin being bleached?
I
Because
think it's the hair.
she done missed a few
Bottle
tanning
Yeah.
blonde.
sessions.
She a bottle
So
blonde.
I think she's saying both of them. Bleach blonde. The body
Mhm.
is that color too. She missed out a few tanning sessions. So
Uh-oh.
she looking a little
Yeah.
palish.
Yeah. White
But
Walker.
yeah, I like what uh Jasmine Crockett said. I think she should say it again. But I also think that this um the what she's doing by capitalizing on it, raising fundraising. This is what they
That's
do. This is what
exactly
she's
what
doing.
they do.
Exactly what they're doing. What they do.
And I
Um,
know we're not supposed to do what they do because we get in trouble. But damn it, every now and again it passes through. We can get
no,
through stuff.
we are supposed to do what they
Yeah,
do. We
I
just
want to
have to do it
win.
right.
I want to win. I want to win arguments. I want to win
Yeah.
elections. I want to win fist fights. I
Yes.
want
No
to win. I want to
childish.
win everything.
Hmm.
My thing is because I want my kids. I want my kids to see it. Now, I get it. People say, well, then you throw ethics out the window. No, you don't. If you ethical, you're gonna be ethical. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But if you say something crazy to me, I'm gonna cuss your ass out.
Right.
You know
No,
what I mean?
it doesn't go away. The ethics don't go away
Yeah,
because
that's to me that's ethical. I dealt with you. I gave you that's equity. You know what I mean? I dealt with you. I dealt with you in a way. You know what I mean? I know they hate DI. I know they hate DEI. You know what I mean? But you clapped at me, I clapped back at your ass. You know what I'm
Ethically
saying?
clapped back at your punk ass. So
Yeah.
that's what I say. I say that ethics don't go out the window because these people came in without ethics. So they didn't.
Exactly.
So the ethics comes back once they leave. The problem is that the people who are voting them in is doubling down on these non-ethical motherfuckers. They want the non-ethical ones in there. So why is it that you think that
Yeah.
ethics is somehow gonna stay in this place? First off, you're claiming that it's supposed to be a sacred place, but the people who are voting don't believe that it's sacred. So they're not putting people in there
Yeah.
that's gonna treat it as if it's sacred. They're actually putting in people who want to destroy it. So no, it doesn't
Exactly.
work like that. You can't say this is a sacred place. Come on, man. That's like me letting my fucking little brother drive my fucking expensive ass car. You think his ass finna be going 5 miles an hour on them fucking speed bumps? Hell,
I
fuck
don't
no.
think so.
His ass is doo 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 doo. I'm come back. I'm gonna have my fucking front end hanging, my back end
Shot,
hanging.
be
I'm gonna have some
shot.
dents and shit because it ain't his. He don't care for it. And then the
Exactly.
Yeah.
the only reason he would not do something is only in fear of me not getting on his ass or not letting him ever drive it again. These people have there is no consequences. So they don't have to. It's not like they're
Exactly.
gonna vote
Because
her
we don't
out.
have, because we're
They're
not
not
organized, and without organization, we will never have the ability to sanction them. We'll never have the ability to make them pay for bad behavior. You
right.
know what I mean? So again, we have to be able to connect.
That's true. But and
Pro,
they people won't. Like the way you get a politician is voting them out. If they don't do what you want, you vote them out.
but that's and
If
that's so that's where the pack comes in, right? That's where the pack comes in.
for
That's what they're
I'm
trying
saying
to do
for
with the
us
Onyx Society on here.
because we got to think about um her constituents and her area. We got gerrymandering. A lot of that shit. Um, fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene as she ain't gonna get voted out unless somebody in there is fucking worse than her. Like so I think Jasmine Crockett was saying something when she was talking about it. She said on a few things that um Marjorie Taylor Greene is the uh basically the constituency don't like her. Yet she raises the most money. So what does that mean?
Red
She's
meat. She
Did housing.
specializes in throwing that political red meat out there. She those wedge issues. She's on
it's
the
enough for them to pay her. I mean, for
yeah.
them to continue to donate to a campaign, or she's going in there shaking the right hands to get the most money.
Picking something.
Now, it could
But
be poor people or it could be rich people, but right now, money is what talks, not polling, not popularity. It's money that talks. And so she because she wasn't, I remember they threw Marjorie Taylor Greene off of some committee when
yeah, when she did something.
what's his name was the speaker
Adam.
McCarthy. No, what's his name? What is it?
Yeah,
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Speaker
Yeah,
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
He
Yeah.
kicked her off of
She
committees.
she never forgot about that.
She just got back.
Exactly, which is why she was like she didn't give a shit about him getting kicked out. Now she tried to she tried to stay with him for a couple days, but after a while it was just like okay, whatever. But he kicked her off of committees. What's her name? Bobert was removed from some committees. But
Yeah.
Marjorie Taylor Greene was kicked off of committees for this same shit. So now that they
Mm.
have another speaker, and this other speaker, he goes and travels to see his fucking, I don't know, his damn master. I don't even know what the fuck that is. That shit was so weird. I don't
It's
even understand
cultish.
that. They go over there. Why they have to dress like that? That's so fucking weird. It's just I don't understand white people. But like they go over there. He left his house because dude, you the speaker. You the one
You
who
were third
control
in
the shit
line.
that
Come
goes
on,
on
man.
in here.
To my
And he
to my
left.
Mike.
Yeah, Mike Johnson just
Yep.
left, went and dressed like fucking Trump, knowing he don't look like
All the
Trump.
ones that had the red ties on.
That's some fucking weird shit. Like, you left your whole committee to go and do that, and then you you allow this chaos to erupt in your house. I don't even know. Maybe he has a different kind of fucking maybe he's in Comer's ear louder or some shit. Maybe Comer would have been able to fix to do some other shit.
Do
But
you
he
go ahead?
allowed this by
I
leaving,
think it's
by
not.
doing that, pulling that stunt and leaving. You allowed these fucking old ass fucking alcoholic white people to be in fucking Congress after 9 o'clock. And then you sit in there like you created this environment, because if you would have been there, they wouldn't have been there after 9. I'm pretty sure all the motherfuckers is
Exactly.
like that after 9. Did you hear them? They keep talking about Jasmine Crockett and shit, and I'm like, do y'all hear these other motherfuckers in the background? Like, everybody is back there. Raw. No,
Yeah,
pour 'em water.
exactly.
Get out of here. Get them out. Like, what the fuck is going on in this place? Like, that's so it's his fault. He set the tone. They continued it, and then they allowed this type of, because Mike Johnson is he like to be a little bit more buttoned up than them other ones. I don't think he's really too fond of Marjorie Taylor Greene and her antics, because he said something about her before in the past.
He's on
Like,
the religious side, the religious
Marjorie
side
Taylor
that wants
Greene is,
them
ain't
to
she?
fit in the control, and they're in alignment with the white nationalist side, and they're coming together, even though they are
Well, she is
diametrically
too. I guess
opposed.
she ain't religious enough because she's
Oh
been
no,
divorced.
not well, you know.
So he judging her, and he probably don't like that CrossFit either. So
What do you think about the Democrats saving his job, saving him from being ousted? Do you think he's gonna pay them
I
back or something like
think
that? I feel like he's a snake, and
he
I don't
already
think.
paid him back. He stabbed him in the back already.
I thought
That was a one and done.
so. I think
Or was it
so.
a case of the devil you know when it came to the Democrats?
No, I think
I don't know.
I,
I talked about this with Jelani, and I thought that Hakeem Jeffries was gonna negotiate something, but what he so they really didn't. They technically didn't save his job, but they did, because so Marjorie Taylor Greene said that she was gonna call for him to be removed, and then they responded by saying, well, you won't have the votes to do it, and then it was shot down. So
Mm,
they didn't actually vote to save his job, because they didn't have to, because
yeah,
her request was shot down. But
right.
of course it was shot down because they talked about it before and said, you know what I'm saying, they had to make, so it basically it wasn't on the record
Right.
to,
right.
so
They
it
did
don't
the
necessarily make
chaos
them look
before the
bad.
end of the year because they're going to run out of money on September the 30th, and they got to have some semblance of some continuity to get these
That's
budget
what I
bills
was wondering
done.
too. Like,
Yeah,
did they make a deal for him? But see, I think I don't think he wants to be the worst speaker in history.
yeah.
Um, but so I think he wants to get some shit done. But you see, every time he does something,
Mm,
they go and threaten for him to be ousted. Like, every single
right.
time. It's like,
Yeah,
if
because he don't want to be an obstructionist,
You know what
like an
he's going to
absolute
do?
obstructionist.
yeah,
He's going to.
absolute
You know what he's going to
obstructionist.
do?
He do want to
He's going.
obstruct though.
He's going to stay in that
Yeah,
seat
yeah.
until the end of this Congress, just like Paul Ryan did, just so he can get the retirement of the speaker's pay. That's all this is about.
Oh, I didn't know they had that.
Oh
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I know
about the
it's extra
retirement and the pay.
when they are a
They
speaker,
get
but I
extra
didn't.
near the speaker, but if
So what,
they
he has to serve a
retire
full
as a
term?
speaker, they get that higher retirement.
He has to serve a full term.
See, I'm not sure about that, but I'm thinking that's what he's thinking about. He's like, oh, if I can just get to the end and of
to
this
close it
term.
out, because because you got two speakers technically for this Congress,
That's
the
true.
118th Congress.
Mhm.
You'd had two
Both
speakers.
of them gonna get it.
Oh,
If he
okay.
asks, both of them will probably get it. That's how corrupt they are.
Right,
So,
of course.
but the thing
So,
is,
I mean,
every single representative and every single senator's seat is up for a vote this year. And I think the American people need to stop being distracted and know that, so we can know who to put in, because everybody goes up for a vote. All 435 of them combined, the Senate
Right.
and the House.
And this, I want to add this too. Just to note, so this 118th Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene was, she's assigned to the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability. She's on the subcommittee for on government operations and the federal workforce. She's on the subcommittee for cybersecurity, information technology, and government innovation. She's also on the House Committee for Homeland Security, the subcommittee on border security and enforcement, and subcommittee on oversight, investigations, and accountability. And then she's also on the House Select Committee on the coronavirus pandemic.
Yep.
So these are all of the committees that she's been assigned to under this speaker, Speaker Johnson.
Yep.
So I want to go into a little bit of what they do. So the House Committee and Oversight and Accountability it's just called the Oversight Committee.
Right.
They investigate and oversee the operations of the federal government, including scrutinizing efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability of various government programs and agencies. They also review and monitor the implementation of laws and policies enacted by Congress. So that's to make sure laws are carried out in the way they were intended to. If you remember back during COVID, remember those PPP loan shit, they kept putting out guidance on how people should apply with the changes and all of that. That comes from the Oversight Committee. Also with the banks and how they supposed to give people how they were supposed to be approving people from those committees. This all goes through the Oversight Committee. They also
I'm gonna have to go, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Peace.
Thanks, Adrian. They also hold hearings to gather information, question witnesses, investigate issues of political concern. That's one of the things that they were doing that day. They also has subpoena power to compel testimony and production of documents from the government officials and private individuals. And then they also do reports and give recommendations based on the findings of the committees. They oversee the activities of federal agencies and departments to make sure they're operating within the law using taxpayer funds appropriately. And then they also uphold the ethical standards and integrity of government officials and employees, including investigating allegations of misconduct or abuse of power. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is the one that's on this committee to oversee all of this shit. This is why elections do matter, but also the overall having the overall power in these chambers is important, because if the Democrats would be in power, then someone else would be choosing who would be sitting on those committees. Now we was just talking about ethics and integrity, and she's sitting on the committee that determines the ethical standards of government officials and employees. Come on, man. Like like this is crazy that and like I
But
said before,
that's civic, the civic education is so lacking, right? Again, like I said, that narrative on the military. Oh, Reagan gave the highest raise. Like, no, the Arms and Services Committee have a say in that. The Ways and Means Committee have a say in that.
right? The Ways and Means Committee.
And
Yep.
if the House is being ran by a Democrat, then you have to thank them just as much, as you do a Republican president. You know, and
That's
if you have a Republican dominated legislator, anything they get through, the Democratic president still have to sign off on it,
right.
unless it's a
Just like
veto proof. Yeah, unless it's a veto proof majority.
with the COVID with the COVID shit. People talking about we got them checks. It's like, nah, Congress gave y'all them checks. And the Senate was not trying to give y'all the Senate was not trying to give y'all that shit.
Yeah.
So again, civics education. I wanted to ask y'all because I know y'all were in both of y'all were military. So the Senate, I mean the rules, how they function with the rules, they use Robert's Rules of Order.
Hmm.
So is that something that that y'all see in the military? I know the military is all about like chain of command and stuff like that, but this was a military guy who came up with this Robert Rules of Order, and then they used it with within Congress, specifically within the House of Representatives, because um the Senate
Because
has a
that's what a
continuing.
yeah, that's what a lowborn that's what a lowborn people. That's what a rabble goes like the
Right,
House.
yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier about how it's different with the House and the Senate. So, but and then it's a lot more people. So, it's sort of used to try to, kind of keep order because it's a larger body, and then remember somebody died in Congress
Mhm.
before. Um and so I just wondered how Robert's Rules of Orders is used in now. It's how do you see it in the military? Now, I do want to add that Robert's Rules of Order, although we see it in stuff like well, we see it in the house and stuff, but um we also see it in our uh in corporations, and how corporate on how the boards are ran within corporations. They use some of the rules that comes from Robert's Rules of Orders. They use that in those board meetings. Also, in businesses, how you the structure of the meetings, the agendas, the minutes, all of that that we may have to see if we own a business or a corporation or a LLC. Those things are used in corporations also. So even though we know they're used in Congress, and it looks differently when we see it being used in Congress, it's also used in corporations, and something we may have to use ourselves. But how does Robert's Rules of Order, how do you see it, or how have you seen it in the military, or have you seen it?
Yeah, so like with Robert's Rules of Order, that's 1876 is when that comes out, right? That comes out during Reconstruction
Uh
era
um
when it first comes out. But
let me
it's
see.
like a
I know.
hundred years older than our founding document that kind of guides how we move and what we do. So you had a
It's
guy
older than the
named
military.
it's not older than the
Oh no,
military. So
right,
so
because
I
the military guy came up with this. Well, no, a military guy used Robert's Rules of Order in a meeting or such. Let me get the history, because I did an episode about that.
yeah, so but to give you the military, like the military background, so like at
Okay.
least with the army, so you had a guy from Prussia named Frederick von Steuben, right?
Hmm.
And Washington knew of him, and it's a long story. Like he's a real interesting guy, but he comes into the army, and Washington uses him to kind of get the army in shape because Prussia was the best drilling army and the best marching army in Europe at the time, right? And that back then, the way you fought wars was if I can get you all from here to here and get y'all turned and y'all can shoot and do y'all thing. So, but what he brought to the table was this thing called the Blue Book,
Okay.
right? And that had marching stuff, but it also had ceremony stuff. So, when military people are getting in the car, the highest ranking person like a get in first. You know what I'm saying? The lowest and the lowest ranked person will like, get in last, to kind of and it's like it's a certain way you have to do it. Lowest ranking person walks on the left. You know what I mean? You
Okay.
know, so if it's three of y'all in three different ranks, it's like, hey, you got to get over here when you walking. You know what I mean? It's you know, early in your career you learn that, but depending on where y'all at, if y'all somewhere where somebody can see y'all, then it's like, hey, we gotta walk the right way. It's so many little things like that, right? It's
Uh-huh.
certain ways you have to stand when you're talking to somebody. It's certain ways you have to, address people in the morning versus the afternoon, and different things like that. None of that stuff kind of bleeds over in the pop culture, but
Okay.
it's very similar to like how the rules that the Congress would have and stuff like that. You know, and it's all based off of European, a lot of European stuff, European, rituals and ceremonies and
Yeah,
and different things like that.
they did bring some things over from the, what do you call it? The parliamentary. Um
hmm
but I did an episode about this.
Napoleon is really the one that's responsible for a lot of the ways that we do a lot of things in the modern armies because he revolutionized so much. You know what I'm saying? But it gets downplayed
You
because
talking
he's
about Napoleon the
Napoleon.
little guy?
Yeah, 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 Napoleon Bonaparte. But it gets downplayed because England beats him. England is
Hmm.
where we kind of come from, far as like our parliament and all that. I mean, our government. And, England wanted to kind of downplay everything that the French did, to
Hmm.
include the martial history and stuff. But
Okay, here we
but
go.
but yeah.
So I did an episode about this.
hmm
Long I still haven't released it. I think it's a three-part series where I talk about um the rules of Congress. So it was he was a US Army officer, and that
hmm
was in 1876.
hmm
And it was the designed to standardize the conduct of meetings.
hmm
Um and it was to ensure orderly and fair debate. I guess we could talk about that. um and so I know that from the way the legislative work now, each new legislative session they vote on the rules. So still going by Robert's Rules of Order, but they still vote on the rules. So this is what the clip that I showed before, what AOC was saying was they voted on the rules in the beginning of the session. Remember, Mike Johnson is uh he got to pick up off of those the rules that were voted on under McCarthy. And then
hmm
the Congress itself as a whole vote on the rules, and then the committees vote on their rules. And so she was bringing up the fact that we voted to not allow this, to keep that same rule in place by not allowing people to discuss the discuss um personal to discuss each other's personal, to attack address each other personally or attack one another personally. And then
Mm.
now in the moment after his person then broke the rules, now he want to switch it up and change it and say, no, that's fine, we're gonna allow that. And so
Rhetorical ethic. Do as I
the
say, not as I
yeah,
do.
right. And then this is the committee that decides the ethics. And then
Can't make it
this
up.
dude go and do the most unethical shit by basically, you know what I'm saying? He just basically lied. I mean, or he just said, you know
Mhm.
what, fuck it, throw the rule book out the window. But so with whole Robert's Rules of Order, this guy put this in place so that this could be so that there can be order with the rules and respectful debate. That was his whole purpose of introducing it, because into Congress was for respectful debate. And then they go and break the fucking ultimate rule of it by attacking each other personally. So
Mm.
um so I want to talk about what she did. Well, um
Marjorie
what
or
Marjorie Taylor
Jasmine?
Greene did. Oh, well,
Oh,
no, what Jasmine Crockett did. So Jasmine Crockett said point of order. That is where any member can raise a point of order if they believe the rules are being violated. So the presiding officer then makes a ruling on the point, ensuring that the meeting stays within the established guidelines. So everybody heard her say, chair, point of order. That's basically what point of order means. She can raise a point if she believes the rules are being violated. And uh there was about 3 or 4 point of orders in there. um because there was AOC, there was Jasmine Crockett, AOC twice, because she came back 2 times for uh to request that her words be taken down. Also the what do I want to say? Oh, AOC talked about the different types of voting. That comes from Robert Rules of Order. It outlines voice votes, roll call votes, and ballot votes. I was wondering, roll call votes, is that something in the military? Or
roll call votes.
will you
I
see that in the
wouldn't.
military?
Yeah, because it's not a lot of committees. It's not a lot of committees in the
No.
military like that. The military
What about,
is
dude, y'all don't
chain
vote
of
on nothing.
command. Not really. It's it's commander, right? It's
Oh, right.
commanders. Everything's
Okay.
commander's discretion. So,
Okay. So
the commander sets policies. He doesn't need a committee to do that. The only person that can make him stand down is the commander that's above him, and that goes all the way up to the chief of staff
so what do
of
you
that
so
particular branch.
so Robert's Rules, he comes in with this from the military. He what saw some things that was within the military that
Um,
I'm just guessing
right, but
that
I mean,
he
because you got
thought could be useful uh
Probably because the military
in
was so much, because the modern military is so much different from what they had back then, right? So, in 1876, right?
yeah, they was leaving command
Right,
posts and
it's
shit.
Reconstruction, right? So you got 5 military districts, right? 1876 is when does the betrayal happen? The next year, right? 1877.
7.
You
Mhm.
know what I mean? So you got to think it's 5 commanders of these 5 military districts. Um, Communications are kind of bad. You hit Morse code is starting to kind of come. Not even Morse code ain't even around then. So they're flying pigeons and shit to communicate, and the and the what's the shit with the
Fucking
horses?
horses.
Yeah, So
Messenger. What was it?
yeah,
And
yeah,
and then
the something express. Yeah, I
they
forget
might
the
use
name of it.
they might even use voice messenger, like if they ain't have time to write
Right.
it, it was like, remember this shit.
Right,
Okay,
but
go down there.
they're debating, and having things. And then you also have balls. Like you have balls and get together. So when you have balls, people do toast, right? You know what I mean?
Okay.
They do toast, but who does the toast first, right? So like when we have balls, so like one of the rules, the junior person at the table pours. If somebody wants their water, they drink all their water because it's usually like a big thing of water. The junior person at the table has to pour the water. You know what
Oh
I
shit.
mean?
So is
Yeah.
that where that shit come from?
I, I don't know. You know what I mean? I just, but after you've been in for a while, you kind of realize, and then, the knives and the forks have to be a certain way. And, if somebody catches you doing that, then you're in violation and you have to, people can turn you in and stuff. And, so it's probably all blended in. That Robert's Rules of Order probably had something to do with that too.
I'm thinking about are we getting that shit from for the weddings and shit? Would people make the toast and let the best man? We got all this shit from Robert's Rules of Order.
Probably,
Like what kind of
probably.
shit is that?
Yeah,
I
I
was
don't know.
thinking that came from some kind of proper etiquette class or some shit.
Yeah, I
um
mean, but they had that chivalry. Because I tell you, it's funny, right? And I know you read a lot, so isn't it funny, like when you read like the Civil War stuff, and like Sherman is writing like I don't know John B. Hood, and he's like, I will threat, he's like I'm giving you a chance to surrender because I will thrash you tomorrow, and then he said your humble servant. He'll be like you're a humble servant. William
right.
Tecumseh Sherman. You know what I mean? Yeah, the
They
Pony
was
Express. Pony Express. George put it in the chat.
okay. You know what? You right. They were
Victorian.
polite.
Yeah, they were Victorian. You know.
In those letters. I know for sure. I've
Writing letters like that, and then 80,000 people died the next day. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
like it's just the craziest shit you ever seen.
And yeah, because they whole idea of war and combat, just like everybody just stand up in the fucking field and march towards each other. Like to me, that was like I don't know how they thought how they thought this shit was supposed to go. Is it just like I got more my being tougher than yours because they didn't fall down. Like I never understood that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
but I think I kind of I guess I get it. I think I can see
Chivalry. Yeah, chivalry. That Victorian. Because
that
everybody's
fake ass
aspiring.
proper
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, yeah, because they're aspiring to be, what they heard about. Because they didn't even get to sniff
Mhm.
the castle. You know what I mean? And
Right.
in England or France or
Yeah,
wherever they
you
came
remember
from.
these are rejects.
Yeah, so the closest they may have came to some baron that ruled the area that they had to pay their rent to. You know what
Mhm.
I mean? On their way to the commons, you know what I mean? On their way to the forest that everybody got to take their wood from. But
Right.
it's like, yeah, so they was like, hey, let's imitate it. Because George Washington, all them guys, they wasn't nowhere near royalty. You know what I mean?
No, no, no,
Jefferson,
no. Yeah,
yeah, but
they were
yeah,
rejects. They were
yeah.
the
So
rejects.
but they built, and you gotta think, look at what they aspired to when you look at their estates, a Montpelier. You know what I mean? They named
Yeah.
it after these French,
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
these French royal,
Uh
places or whatever.
what was
It's
what you
crazy.
call it? I forgot what his was. Um
Monticello.
Monticello. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
French too.
Yeah, and the Hermitage. You know what I'm saying? Andrew Jackson
Yeah.
had the Hermitage that down in Tennessee and stuff. And yeah,
So
so they aspiring that. I think that's what the root of a lot of this properness comes from. You know what I mean?
uh-huh.
Like you
Oh,
look at
they
Andrew.
wanted to be of that upper echelon that they were always excluded from when they were in England or
Right, and
with
those
the
soldiers would let them
British.
know, the British officers, not necessarily the enlisted folks, but the British officers would let them know. That's why Andrew Jackson had that fucking cut on his face because when he
Mhm.
was what 6 years old or something like that, the
Yeah.
British officer come in the house and say, "Hey, shine my boot," and he was like,
And
"No,
he
I ain't
say
gonna do
no.
it." Yeah, he
Yeah.
pulled that sword out and it came
Like
across his face with
swapped
it.
his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
but
and
that's
then
just but that
they
British
were
officer knew
rejects.
his station. He's like, "Look, I'm above you." And
Mhm.
I think it took white people a little while, especially like with the cotton gin and stuff. And it was like, oh, we finally found somebody that can make all of us, We find a group of people that can make us all feel like royals. These people can be our footstools, you know.
Oh, you
So
mean the black people?
black people,
But
yeah.
but you know what but I don't I want to say so they gave them
Toilet gravy on the head as they walk by. It's true.
they gave them um they gave white people that idea that that they were above us when they started, during, of course, when we came over here, when they started giving them free range on authority to be able
Hmm.
to do whatever they wanted to with us. I think that's when they gave them that, because before that shit wasn't that wasn't they didn't that shit wasn't allowed. Like, they actually made an environment where they felt like, because even the white people who were rejects from the
Hmm.
British, when they got the power, they started showing people that they had the power. And then they basically, started treating the other white people below them like shit. Like, you have the Irish, you had the fucking, what was the other one? I mean, uh
Yeah, Italians. Yeah,
Italian,
yeah,
um who
yeah.
else? The
Just yeah, the century, people from
women.
the Balkans. Yeah,
Yeah,
Czechoslovakia, the Slavs, and
I
all of that.
mean, women that,
Polish.
like, they made sure that they had that level of hierarchy. They showed it there. And then they essentially gave them a place in the hierarchy by allowing them to be able to treat us, to mistreat us without, you know, without consequence. Because before, and then it kind of got out of hand to the point where the slave owners and the, plantation owners started saying, we got to stop these white people from fucking with this is my money. Because the
Mm.
white people was just, they were being fucking barbarians. They were killing. They was, of course, that raping is in their MO, but they were killing these black people, and the slave owners was like, you can't kill my fucking crop, but
Mhm.
because they gave them the free reign to be able to to treat black people like shit and mistreat them, they then got to the point where they got out of control with it, to where they just started indiscriminately killing, to the point where the fucking slave owners was like, okay, now we got to start blocking motherfuckers up and shit, cuz they now they not just killing people, now they killing property, right? Cuz
Product. Yeah,
it was really more,
money's getting
yeah, it was really more
money's
about
getting
them
lost. Yeah.
losing money. So I think they gave them that, because I don't even know. Even like now, there the narrative around how white people feel about being superior, it's all a fucking illusion. It's a lie. And you can tell from shit like the fucking War of 1812, where this man Jackson wrote in the fucking letters. These men are
Hmm.
lazy, they're cowards. Like, he's writing about his own people. These are not
Hmm.
black people that he's talking about in the War of 1812. He's talking about fucking white people.
Yeah.
And he wasn't the only one. It's several accounts where they, even in, like we talked about before, the American Revolution, they were saying like,
Hmm.
man, these motherfuckers is not reliable. So,
Yeah.
it's at their own,
I don't think Washington wins a battle until until he's
the
in New
end.
York. Yeah, yeah, at the
Uh,
end in New York. I think that's why Washington Heights is named after him. Because he won.
cause
That's like the first place he won a battle at.
cause he wasn't
That he
supposed
that
to.
he won a battle.
Yeah, he
You know.
wasn't supposed to win about, like, these. Even if you look at it, like, when I'm reading all of these, like, how this shit happened with America, right? All of these different wars, they were all like fucking flukes. Like, it wasn't like
Hmm.
these were like no fucking strategic ass plans to, where it was like, yeah, like, okay, they were flukes. Like it was like fucking, you know, dumbass,
Yeah, it would be funny like to be in
like
Iraq
dropping
and
a
like
ball.
and like I hear the white boys, they'd be like, man, I hate that they fight like this, you know what I'm saying? With these, these guerrilla tactics and supposed like just come out. And I was like, well, that's how we fought in the Revolutionary War. We just hit and ran, and eventually the British got tired of chasing us and they went back home. You know
Yes.
what I mean?
Like
So
you
it's
know the
like,
British army could have took us out. Like they just looked at it like, man, that shit ain't worth it. Like it just wasn't like so the area here, the way it was so the land mass was so secluded. Even if you look at the early settlements in the way the United States was split up,
yeah,
the territories
yeah,
were
Ohio, yeah, Ohio. Look,
everybody
Ohio was the West Coast.
everybody had a piece. You
Yeah.
had Spanish over here, you had
Hmm.
French over here, you had British over here. Like it was so far out that everybody could come and get a piece of the pie over here. And I'm just looking at it like the British was just like, man, well, fuck it. We cut our losses. We expand over here. I mean,
Yeah, and they
like
were fighting. They were fighting France and Spain at the
and
same
yeah, they
time.
were
So it's
fighting too.
like
There were several wars
and
going on.
shaking down, yeah, shaking down the Dutch and shaking down, the Netherlands. You know what I
And
mean? All of that stuff.
And look how the Spanish shrunk. Look, you know what I'm saying? Like Spanish was some of the first
Yeah.
fucking explorers and conquerors technically.
Hmm.
Um and they shrunk them down. So I mean, I guess in hindsight when you look at it, they kind of was like that was a good idea.
Hmm.
To you know what I'm saying, leave fucking the French, I mean leave the US land and territory where it's at, because it would have been high in cost to
Maintenance,
keep up.
yeah, yeah, to
Yeah,
maintain it.
to
Yeah,
keep up with that, sending troops over here and there and all that shit. It ain't like now. So, I kind of get it. But I kind of get I guess I can get how Robert's Rules of Order, how he brought over from the military to a setting like a debate setting. I think I can
yeah.
kind of see it
Because I
now
think
how.
because you had this concept in the military called mission command, right? Where you just give the mission to the people up under you, and you don't
Mhm.
really micromanage. So you got command and control, and you got mission command. So
Mhm.
command and control, go here at this time and do the particular thing I told you to do, right? So you have your cradle to grave instructions, but mission command is just kill that guy, right? Kill that guy, and then you might update
Mhm.
me every 12 hours, right? But you got carte blanche to go and do whatever it is you need to do. And
Right,
so I
right.
think when you're empowering people, so that's how Custer died, right? Custer was just told, hey, go do the
Go
thing.
do, yeah.
And then, Custer was like, and just let us know what you need, right? Of course, he could have had the Buffalo Soldiers. And he's
Mhm.
like, nah, I don't want black soldiers or whatever. You know what I mean? And he ends up riding
Fool.
into, yeah, then he ends up riding into an element that's probably like 10 times the size of his, right? They don't
Mhm.
tell you that Custer, had his dick, when they find him, his dick was cut off and put in his mouth. You know what I mean? They don't tell you that part because they
Damn
because they like to
fool.
say, they say he wasn't scalped. Yeah, they
That
didn't think he was
that's
worthy.
all.
you know, but
But
um,
that ain't the worst though. He wasn't scalped.
but I think, but I
I know
think,
they had some Game of Thrones shit going on back
yeah,
then.
but I think since you had environments like that in the 1870s, because that's when the quote unquote Indian wars are
Mhm.
kind of in full fledged. So it's like, hey, a general or a colonel is out here with his staff, and it's like, hey, you got to run these meetings, you know what I mean, and it get a
Mhm.
little heated and people get mad and they starting to write the commander over the commander that's in front of them, hey, can you get me
Right.
out of this unit, and it's like, no, let me stop people from getting mad and come up with a way to so
Mhm.
everybody can have
To let everybody.
a amount of time to talk and stuff. So I think
At
that may have
least
had
at
something
least
to do with it.
the leaders, right? Like the head people, like you said, generals, commanders, and shit like that, because they didn't agree on everything. I mean, I would assume so.
Yeah.
They had to come to some type of um um decisions on
Yeah.
how they're gonna even make the next move or whatever.
Yeah, and we run our meetings in a certain type of way, right? So I
Hmm.
was signal. I did communications, so I'm the
Okay.
six, right? If you're admin, you're the one. If you're intelligence, you're the two. If you're operations, you're the three. If you're supply logistics, you're the four, right? So when you start a meeting, and every military unit, army unit, has a meeting that they do probably every 2 weeks called command and staff, right?
Okay.
Where you talk about the top issues in the unit and the missions that y'all got to get after, and it goes in a certain order which is dictated by the commander. And you'll see, so on the first slide, you know what I mean, you'll see the agenda, and this lets everybody know when they'll be talking, you know what I mean. And sometimes it can get even more granular than that, like this, how long you gonna be talking, you know.
Right. Yeah.
And so yeah,
Because that's in
I
there
could
too.
see it.
That's what
Hmm.
they use that um the um
Robert's rules.
yeah, the amount of time, the length of time.
Hmm.
That's like we saw it in that Marjorie Taylor Greene shit where it was like she got 4 minutes and 32 seconds or whatever. So each member has a certain amount of time. And I guess the crazy thing is that they can talk about whatever they kind
Yeah,
of want though.
if they bring it up on the agenda, I think. See, the problem with Congress is nobody's. I mean, you have a guy that's in charge, but not really. You know what I'm saying? The Army is one guy or girl that's in charge, and they're gonna tell you, you know, you got to work with them for a couple of months, but once you kind of figure out, okay, this their personality, this how they do things, then it's like, okay, but like anything, people meet people, and they get commanders they don't like, and then it get rough. Get rough
Well,
sometimes.
and then too with I guess with the army because well within Congress, um the fucking the leader changed what every 2 years. It could.
Yeah.
And then even with the committees, the committee members, uh the the chairman of the committees, those members could
So they
change
don't
it.
they don't so they don't staff. So the Speaker of the House staffs out, not the chairman of the committees.
Right. So in the beginning of each Congress, they usually agree on the rules of that Congress. And within that agreement, that also includes how they're going to how the committees are going to be balanced. So, and this was I did a whole episode about this, but so the Senate is different because they have a continuing order. So they just pick up the rules from the very last Senate. They don't change their rules um every single Senate,
That's
every
funny
single
because when
session.
when you have a change of command in the Army, usually the last thing that they say before they release everybody from this particular ceremony, they'll say all policies will be in effect, will remain in effect, you know what I mean, until further notice, because the commander had
They
to come in,
change.
the first month, see, they write their own policies. You have to go in, you have to see their signature on that stuff. So
So that well, Congress, I mean, the House of Representatives, at least, it functions that way. They agree. That's the very first thing on the agenda is agreeing to the rules. Once they figure out who who's in the majority, so who takes over, whoever's in the majority, those are the ones who basically can. Their leader determines who can sit on those committees and who can be chair of those committees. It usually, you put in the committees that you want to be a part of or whatever. It's the same way like what do you call it? Like lobbying for a certain committee or
mhm.
whatever. So um but whoever is within leadership, they're the ones to decide who's on those committees. Now, the party leaders from the minority, he can't so the speaker can't say, I'm going to pick you to be on the committee from the minority. The minority, um the the party within the minority, they let them know who they are going to have to sit on their committees, on those committees. Now that they can pick them. Typically what happens is it's balanced power, but the leader of the committee is usually the committee. I mean, it's usually the party that has the power. So if Republicans are in power, then the chair of that committee is a Republican. But
Right.
they typically balance out the seats on the committees. Sometimes it's like 10, and with the chair it's 11. So they'll have 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans. That's usually how it goes. So these rules that they agreed on, now this guy Comer, just because they had a new speaker doesn't mean that there's new committee chairs. So he would have been the committee chair in the beginning, unless Mike Johnson came in and kicked everybody off the committees. That's not the case. He pretty much, some people lobby to get on committees under his leadership, so he can change that. He can, put people on the committees, but he's not removing chairs. He's not changing the chair of the committee. He's just putting people on the committees, swapping people out or whatever.
Right.
So that rule that the rule of decorum, that's just the rule. That's always been the rule. That's the rule in the House and also in the committees. So all of them know very well about that the rule of decorum and not being able to address each other personally. So for them to change the rule, which the rules only change if they're voted on, and that's what AOC was saying. They sat there and took a roll vote to change the fucking rule to allow people to attack members personally.
So she wouldn't get in trouble. So a girl wouldn't get in trouble.
Yes, because what would happen is what should have happened was
I'd be calling people all kind of motherfuckers and everything every day until
Right
they
they think the 6 B's is
hey,
bad.
hey pussy asshole. Pussy asshole. You know what I mean? And like, hey, y'all changed the rules, right? You know?
That's what I would have been doing. Sit your punk ass down. Hey,
Yeah.
come here, bitch.
Hey, fuck boy. Get over here. I want you to look at this. It's like what are you know?
Shit pants. Oh, piss pants. Get over here. You the one pissed in somebody's seat, wasn't it? Wasn't that you? Piss pants. Come on over here. I'd be addressing everybody with a fucking name. That's piss pants right there. The gentle lady piss pants from the great state of Maryland.
Yeah, cause like it's like you said, AOC was like, if you said you instead of madam or
right.
you could get you would get a little a demerit or a little strike or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like,
so
if that's out the window, then okay, we in savage mode.
Put her out of the hearing. She was supposed to be she violated a rule. She was supposed to correct the violation by apologizing and they remove her words from the record.
Mm-hmm.
She refused to apologize. Now that's the rule. You have to apologize, and then they remove your words from the record. She refused to apologize. So because she broke the rule and she failed to remedy the rule that she broke, well, the chair is supposed to put her out of the hearing. And they voted to not put her out, to allow her to be able to break the rule. Now, they can't vote just for her to break the rules. They have to vote for this to be the new rule.
Yeah.
So it applies to everybody.
And that's why I say it'll be a bunch of motherfuckers and bitches and hoes.
So everybody who's mad with Jasmine Crockett for doing what she did, she actually the way she did it, because she had to, it wasn't her turn to speak, so she did it through point of order, which that's within the rules.
Yeah.
But within her time, if it was her time to speak, then she could have made a personal attack against whomever, you know what I'm saying? Because he just ruled for this to now be the rule. So
and then I'd be like, if you got a problem with what I said, you need to look at the guy who just changed the rules. This used to be a civilized body of government. but all that went out the window because they didn't want her to get sanctioned.
They didn't want to put her out of the meeting. Well, if they would have put
Yeah.
her out of the meeting, they wouldn't have had her vote. The voting would have been in the favor of the Dems
Mm-hmm.
because they would have lost that vote. So
Because the committee is always
it's balanced.
depending on what party is in charge,
Hmm.
they'll get the one. They usually have 1+ on
So
it.
the
So
plus
somebody
one
has
is
to.
always going to be the chair.
Right. But the
Yeah.
chair changes depending on what party is in charge,
Right.
right? Yeah.
Exactly. And so
I knew that
then
much.
if she would have left, it would have been, let's say it's 11 members. If she would have left, it would have been 10. That means it would have been 5 and 5. But
Mhm.
when there's a split vote, when there's a split, there's usually never split because they always have that one to be on the other side. But because she wasn't, that's like if a member isn't present to vote or something like that, right?
Mhm.
So now that she's no longer in the committee for that hearing, now it's 5-5. When they have a split vote like that in committees, you gotta start from scratch. You gotta start over.
Can't
So they
have
gotta
that.
bring it back up on the agenda. They gotta go back and do whatever the debating and that they were doing before, and then it has to be voted on again. It starts all the way over from scratch. There ain't no pickup from where we left off. You now have to put it back on. So there is no compromise like that, and the tiebreaker is the chair. So, because it's equal on both sides, the chair is the
Yeah.
tiebreaker. You lost
And
a member.
and people got to understand that elections have consequences because when
Mhm.
you lose the Senate or you lose the House, you lose all of those committees,
Yes.
right? Like people don't understand, and we have the demographics. If we didn't have demographics, Republicans wouldn't have just one popular vote victory
Mhm.
in the last 30 years or something like that. You know what I mean?
Is
I
it
think
is it 30 years?
George Bush is he's the last person to have a popular vote.
Not
It's
the
him
young
and
one.
yeah, the young one. His second election, he had the popular vote, and then before that, so
Wait,
and
wait,
that's and
wait,
that's
wait. Who
that's
did he
that's
run
two.
against? Kerry?
He ran. Yeah, he ran against Kerry. He won
Okay,
popular
okay.
vote on that. So, but that's what 2000 or something
No,
like that.
2004. I mean,
2002.
2004. So wait,
Yeah,
2000.
2000. Yeah, that was '04. So that's
Yeah,
that's
04.
that's that's 20 years ago.
Oh yeah, this is 2024. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you haven't won a popular vote in 20 years. So a lot of the tactics that I think we're seeing, these are death throws. You know what I'm saying? You know how people
Mhm.
act when they think it's really about to end?
Oh
You
yeah,
know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
They
They
jump a
start
little
pulling at
higher.
anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I think that's them. I think that's why we're seeing, and I think that's why they're so organized because they know they have to be. But I put a link in the YouTube chat. That was the That was the Senator Whitehouse when he was breaking down the dark money. I had asked you about it. You said you weren't sure if you had saw it, so watch that at
Oh
your
wait,
leisure. But that's him talking about the Federalist Society and how they curated the list and how Trump used that list and the Koch brothers and he really breaks down on the floor of the Senate.
I
On the
might
floor
have
of the
seen
Senate.
that. I
Yeah,
might.
yeah. I finna
Which
say I would
representative
be
it was?
surprised. It was Whitehouse, Senator Whitehouse, out of I forget where the gentleman
It was.
hails from.
It's the Senate though.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
might have saw that. Did he have like uh
White dude looked like
did he
I don't
have
know.
graphics?
Yeah, he had like a butcher board. Yeah, he had like a
Yeah.
butcher board up. You
Okay.
know what
I
I
think
mean?
I
And he
did see
flipped.
that.
Yeah, he flipped it over. It went viral. It went viral. And somebody like you that's politically aware, I would be very surprised if you missed that. You know what I
I think
mean?
I might have saw it, but I mean
Yeah,
it wouldn't hurt to go
check it
back
out.
and
Yeah,
look.
check it out at your leisure. It was funny because when I saw it, I hadn't too long read Dark Money. You know what I mean? That book Dark Money by Jane Mayer, where she kind
Um
of goes into the Koch brothers like their childhood,
mhm.
and how the one guy was working for them, and I think his family, everybody who was working in that town for the Koch brothers, they was catching cancer. And
Yeah.
everything like that, and people, they had hired people, the Koch brothers, they was going in this guy's garbage. You know what I mean? Parking in front of his house, intimidating him. You know what I mean? Because he was like a whistleblower saying, look, these guys are putting out products that's causing cancer. you know, and it talks about how they got past that scandal and they just start financing all kind of judges, you
Mm-hmm.
know, and Eric Prince and what's his sister name that was in charge of education under Trump?
DeVos,
Um, yeah, DeVos.
Betsy,
So,
Betsy
but
DeVos.
the DeVos family, the Prince family, the Koch family, it just talked about how this really this. And I'm not a conspiracy theory guy. Like you know, I'm not a magic crystal guy. You know what I'm saying? Peace to Elita. You know what I mean? A peace to her. You know what I mean? My fellow Nubian. But I'm not with that meditation and breathing and all that shit. Magic crystals is these crackers are not gonna do. They're not going nowhere with magic crystals and stillness. You know what I mean? They're gonna look at
Yeah,
that shit and be like, "What the fuck is they doing? Let's keep doing what we've been doing."
yeah, that's why we
But
gotta cuss a motherfucker out. Yeah.
yeah, you know, and we gotta be organized.
Yeah.
But these families, legit, a legit cabal of families. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? That and like like she wrote about the cult that their dad was in, because you know the Koch brothers are super old. So
Mm-hmm.
she went 100 years back. You know this
Are they still alive?
evangelical
One of them
one
dead.
one yeah one of the brothers is alive. One of the
Oh,
brothers is
okay.
alive. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, they just but the book is excellent. Dark Money. If you haven't read Dark Money, first of all, it's a scary read. Like it's like reading a horror novel, but it's real life. You
I
know
don't know.
because
I
but they
think I've
control
read that.
education. Yeah, they control education, the pharmaceuticals, like all of that shit. And I was just like, damn, what you know? And they try to put George Soros. They try to make George Soros be the opposite, be the person on the opposite end. But when you look at the think tanks and you know and like Palantir and all that kind of stuff like that, like
Like
they
he not too far from them. Like
yeah,
what
but it's 20 of them and it's one George Soros. You know what I mean? They got like 25 George Soroses on their side. They got Carl Icahn. They got like all
right.
the Jewish guys. You know what I'm saying? Then they
Yeah, they
got like the
worse.
regular. Yeah, you
But
know.
I mean, I'm not a conspiracy type either, but um you don't have to make up conspiracies when you're dealing with a country like this one and how it was formed, its
Mm,
beginnings. You don't have to have conspiracy theories. Most of this shit is true. Like certain stuff
hmm
that they created, like these all these clubs and these different things, they created that shit on purpose to exclude people from it. So it's not, to me, it's not beyond me to believe that they, have these um, cult type organizations that, because they,
Yeah.
so what's his name, what's the old vice president, they was talking about, I watched something where they was talking about his
Oh yeah,
religious
yeah,
cult,
yeah. The
Mike
dark.
Pence.
Oh, Mike Pence. Okay, I thought you was talking about the Emperor Palpatine.
No,
I call
Mike
him Emperor
Pence.
Palpatine. I'm thinking you talking about his daughter is out there. Well, she used to be out
Cheney.
there in Wyoming. Yeah, I'm thinking you talking about Cheney,
Yeah,
Mr.
no.
Shotgun.
Yeah, he fucking shooting people and stuff. Look at that savage, his old
Yeah.
savage ass. So um they were talking about his religious cult that Mike Pence is in. They
Cause he's talking
also
about
said,
he won't eat with a woman, right? Cause he said he won't eat with a woman that's not his wife, right?
well, he said a lot of shit. He said some shit like that. He also said that in his cult, he wants he wants Christ to return, and that's the plan. They want Christ to return, and they want it to be like a fucking rapture. I'm like, now what kind of logic is that when you motherfuckers is fighting to
Yeah,
stay
y'all going if
alive?
Jesus come back there, y'all going to hell. you,
No,
you better
like
be careful what you ask for.
they think like they wouldn't. Like in their minds, if
White
Jesus come back,
Jesus.
they
They want
coming.
white Jesus to come back.
That's first of all, they want white Jesus to come because the motherfucker was never back.
Yeah,
So, because
yeah,
there ain't no fucking white Jesus. That's just not
yeah,
that ain't him. So they
yeah.
want they cousin on that fucking painting and that candle that they've been painting fucking
Yeah.
past couple centuries. That's who they want to come back. But
Whenever if I'm in the same room, I used to be in the room with a lot of white evangelicals being in the army, right? And you know what I used to tell them to fuck up that fucked them up, that will fuck them up. I'd be like, how does you feel knowing that there's not one white person in the New Testament? I mean the Old Testament. Like you got a whole half of the Bible with not one white person in
they
it.
don't believe that.
And they'll be like, they know. But then sometimes it'll hit them like, what?
They never thought about it.
And then they'll come back. They'll come back later and be like, damn. You know what I mean? And I'm like, all the places that these people come from,
They
you know,
ain't white. You
you don't want them in your country right now. You know what I mean?
No, remember they couldn't survive the environment, so
Yeah.
you know that they wasn't there. It's
Yeah.
like that guy it was on Urban View. The dude called and said, "Did you see I mean, in the paintings in the tombs and shit? Was it like black people painted in the tombs?" And they were like, "Yeah, motherfucker, there was nobody white in there. These are all black people." And this
Yeah.
motherfucker is just like flabbergasted. Like, I mean, it couldn't have been. It's like, what the fuck,
Yeah.
dude? You think they ran out of white paint or some shit? Like,
Yeah.
no, they purposely painted black people because that's all who was fucking there. Like,
Yeah.
these are the people who are like. Who told them that they had a normal gene? They have a recessive gene. Like, there is something wrong when you don't have color in your skin. Like,
and you're somewhere where the sun shines.
exactly.
And it's
Fucking shines.
and it's plenty of sun in the Middle East. I'm telling you,
Unless
I
they from fucking Alaska. What's
I
that
was
one
by the
place in Alaska?
oh yeah, yeah,
But they have
yeah.
20 hours of darkness or some shit.
Yeah,
Or
yeah, but then at the opposite end of the year, they get 20 hours of sunlight. You know what I mean? So the Inuits or whatever whatever you want to call the natives up there, they're not super pale either. You know what I
follow.
mean? Yeah, they yeah. So even up there in the snow, they got a little color. You know what I mean?
Damn.
And their hair is black and stuff like that. But I'm telling you, I was like, oh, this is where they get the concept of hell from. Because I'm in Iraq, or Kuwait, or just name one of them countries over there, and it was so hot. You know how when it's cold, you kind of try to pull your sleeve down so the hawk don't hit your hand. It was so hot. I was pulling my sleeve down just to kind of block my hand from the sun.
Oh shit, yeah.
It was that hot. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go to Kemet last year, and I ain't gonna be able to go this year because the registration, the orientation starts on the 12th, and that's why I was holding back on what I knew I was going to law school.
Yeah.
And I was like, first of all, I got to move there. I got to move to where I'm going. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to move in July, and I ain't gonna start until 2 weeks later or whatever. So once I knew I got in,
start school and then back door and go out of town for 2 weeks. Like,
yeah, you doing healthy, wealthy, wise? Are you doing that? $900 a day?
No, damn.
It's
No,
2,700.
I didn't know
2,700 for like 3 days, for the 4th to the 6th.
Damn.
2,700.
I did not know that, but no, I'm not.
They must go. I gotta leave wealthy if I'm paying that kind of money. I think I'm already wise. I'm wise enough. I'm healthy enough. I need to leave wealthy.
Damn,
You know what I mean? I'm bringing 2 to the table.
Is it the place? So I have no trips planned this year. Well, no, I think for the summer
It got to be all inclusive.
supposed
It got
to go
to be
to,
all. It got to be all
DC.
you can drink, all you can eat. I
think
better
it
have
is,
a
though,
plush
right?
bed. Yeah,
I didn't know before, so I don't know the cost before. I didn't think it was that expensive, but then too this time, she's doing it a little different. So
yeah.
But I don't think I'm paying $2,700 to go to fucking Charleston, South Carolina. I mean,
George said that's a singles party's price. Yeah, like 2,700 for 3 days. I thought we got to be going to Sandals or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
like I'm not paying that much to go to South Carolina. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm
Oh
sorry.
man, South Carolina just caught a stray.
I
South
mean, I'm
Carolina just
saying
caught a
like
stray.
I'm not paying that much to go to Texas. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like if
Yeah.
I was,
Yeah.
I'm not
I
paying
gotta
that
see
much.
some shit I ain't never seen before.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
can't go
paying
that
that
way. It
much.
just
You know what? I'm not paying that
yeah.
much to travel within these 50 states, with the exception of
Nine
Hawaii. And I
hundred a
don't think I would
day.
pay that much to go to Hawaii.
Yeah, 900 a day. Good googly move. I saw that. I was like, well, I can't go to Kemet. Let me see if they still
But
got healthy, wealthy,
wait.
wise
900 a
tickets.
day. Kemet is like 3,000.
No, Kemet like $5,000, like
No,
five
I
grand.
saw.
But it's 2 weeks though. It's 14 days, and it's the plane ticket and the hotel included. You still got to get to South Carolina.
No,
You know what I mean?
I saw Kemet prices for like 3,800, like 4,000 or something. It wasn't five. I didn't see 5,000. I saw a 5,000 option, but I saw like 3,000, like earlier on.
I think that's land only. That means you get there how you get there. You know,
I mean, well,
but
I mean, I
but
guess, man,
you
no,
know,
because if I
you
pay
pay.
5,000, the round trip ticket.
And that's a charter flight though. You pay the five because I think it's five something for the yeah, it's five something. Yeah, George said I need clear blue water for 2,700.
Yeah, I do too. Shit.
But if you pay the five, you still gotta have a roommate. And I think if you go to six, if it's like 6 grand, you get your own room. Cause it's like 5,500, 5,400, something like that with a roommate, and then you
See, I
bump it
gotta
up to
go
like
back and
six
look
even.
because I
I
saw.
know because if it's 38, then I don't know. I ain't gonna. It's no way I'm gonna be able to go because of school. But
I saw cheaper prices than um
they got
when it
land only. They got
when it
land
was in
only.
comparison to, because that Healthy Wealthy Wise, I had never saw the prices before, but I stumbled upon the price list um
In Nubia.
with commit. Yeah, I think I was in a group or something and it posted something. I was like, oh, that's not bad. I mean, it wasn't, you know what I'm saying, like it wasn't like fucking $10,000-$12,000. I mean,
For 2 weeks,
for 2 weeks,
five
yeah,
grand
that's
ain't bad. Like 5 grand ain't bad with international travel with a 12, however long the flight is. You know what I'm saying? The flight to the Middle East, and then you getting, it's a lot of people that you probably kind of know already. You learning a lot of shit. You got crazy photo ops. You can take photos and
thanks,
all
George, for
right,
stopping
yeah,
by.
yeah, for sure,
Appreciate it.
George, for sure. But
Appreciate it.
I feel like you're getting a lot of bang for your buck. 3 days, like I'm just getting comfortable on day two, and
But
tomorrow the last day, and
3 days,
I'm out of
it's not even
2,700.
seven. It's not even 72 hours. Shit. I mean,
Yeah,
2 weeks because so I think it's a lot of flexibility um with the commit trip because I was thinking like, damn, I don't know if I could do 2 weeks because that's why I said I'm gonna just wait a couple years. I'm gonna take my son, like I'm gonna take my whole family because
yeah. I probably could go next year because I won't have to do no orientation next year. Next year I'll be, just class gonna start, 2L or whatever, and just go straight in. But I had
yeah,
to
I
know
don't
because
know about 2 weeks.
I wasn't trying to miss the first couple of days and be trying to call the school like, hey, I'm in Egypt, you know what I mean? And then they're like, oh man, I'm not, sorry, you just lost your
Yeah,
seat, you know?
that's what I was gonna say. Shit, they'll take your damn seat deposit and move on to the next person.
Yeah,
But
yeah. So
yeah, yeah, shit, I didn't know that. But no, will
yeah,
not
I
be
was
attending
shocked.
Healthy Wealthy
Yeah,
and Wise.
yeah,
But
I
I
was
guess
shocked at that.
but people said that they enjoyed the experiment.
Yeah, for
So
sure,
it was
for
good.
sure. And I wouldn't
You,
mind, you got Michael Harriet and Daniel Black there at the same time. You got
I
Karen
mean,
there.
shit, I can drive around to go see them though. Shit.
Yeah, yeah. You just
Uh,
pull up. They always doing
yeah,
something.
they always doing something.
Yeah,
Dr. Black always have some kind of special. I mean, he's having some kind of talk or something.
yeah.
I'm
He
pretty
come out
sure
with a
he gonna
book every
have
couple years, so he
exactly.
always doing a book signing.
I'm sure he gonna have a lot of more shit that he's being signed up for since that
And he got
commencement speech.
oh yeah,
Um,
oh yeah, and he
but
got
y'all
books
might
coming out.
he went to he was in a few he attended a few virtual um book clubs. So if you I know y'all doing the book club, if y'all maybe y'all can get
Wow,
him in to come in and talk
I
about
didn't know that.
yeah, he did. It was
I
a
let
few of them
I
too.
Yeah, I let Star reach out and do that. You know what I mean? Because I got to get out of there in August anyway. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, have y'all even figured out the times and stuff?
I talked to Greg about it, and Greg was like, it ain't nothing. But she was vehemently against, moving today. You know what I mean? Which left a bad taste in my mouth about the whole thing, because it was just like, well, you was in the other group. You know what I mean? I had to ask her like, yo, is everything cool? Because like, are you swiping? Are you swiping at the other group? Is it an argument that I'm not privy to? I don't want to
Right,
get
right.
in the middle of nobody mess. You know what I
And
mean?
you just going over there like,
I
yeah,
just like
okay.
books. I'm just a book guy. You know what I mean?
Like,
Uh,
what shit I done stepped in?
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Exactly.
um, but I thought she probably, well,
But I
I
seen her
normally
in the
see her
group
on
though.
Saturdays.
I seen her in the group one day. So I was like, well, she in the group. So,
Yeah, but
she was in there talking.
I didn't, I don't remember if she would come in on Thursdays. Like, I don't typically come in on Thursdays.
Yeah.
I normally come in on Saturdays, but she normally come in on Saturdays. So I was
hmm
just, thinking like, well, maybe cause she probably just wasn't coming in on Thursdays
Yeah, but
anyway.
I
So,
asked her and she was like, no. It wasn't no discussion. She was just like, no, 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 no. I said, we got to figure out another day. She was like, nope. So I was
oh,
like,
I mean, maybe she got
yeah,
some other obligations, but I mean, that doesn't mean that, I mean, that don't change
yeah,
your obligation. So,
yeah. I'm just like, man, you
so,
know.
I
I'm
said I
like, all
was
right,
gonna.
I'm gonna just good speech and I'm gonna just soldier on and do the
But
book club
it's a
and
lot of book club. Everybody kind of started one. I was talking to my sister and my cousin about them because they want to start. Well, they want to be in a book club. They don't want to start it. They want
I
to
just
be.
wanted to be in it. And next thing you know, I'm running the shit. I'm just like, what the fuck is this?
Okay,
You
see, I
know?
would. Yeah, see, I wouldn't have. I would. I just would have
I'm
showed up.
now I'm guiding the discussion. I'm guiding the discussion and everything. Because she was
See,
like,
I
yo,
don't.
come, you should go to this book club. There's another book club. And then she
Yeah.
was like, they not reading the book I wanted them to read, so fuck them. I'm gonna start my own. I was like, okay,
Oh.
well, I was like, okay. And then she was like, you gonna come and be in the book club? I was like, yeah, I'll be in it. Then it went from that to I'm gonna put you in charge. It was just, I'm like, what the
You got
fuck?
set up. See,
Man, set
I
up
am
crazy.
real good about my commitment to not committing.
I gotta
Like,
get
I
better.
have too much shit on the platter, and it's like, hey, y'all, don't volunteer me. And if I volunteer, it is going to be very direct and narrow. It'll be like, hey,
Yeah,
y'all, on this day of the month, I'm gonna do this, and then that's it. Like I'm, that setting up you know, the regular commitments is hard. It's gonna be even harder, next, when the next school session starts. So I'm like,
yeah.
trying to keep it
You finna get a
at a
full
minimum.
you finna get a full ride. So
No, man, I don't know, man. You know what? I would hope that's the case. If that is, then I'm gonna be a fucking force
I
to
done seen
reckon with, because I'm gonna
I done
have
seen some
all the
vlogs.
time.
I done seen I've been I go through the vlogs because I'm looking at that school and everything and I see people and most of the people that I see they say they got offered a full ride. You know what I mean? A lot of people got offered a full ride. That was in that percentile.
It's
So
just so
and
late
you
in the
blowing
cycle.
that. Yeah,
So
they
I'm not. I
came back
mean,
so quick for me though. They came back like I think I said. Uh, I took the test on I forget when I took it, but I think 7 days later they came back with a decision. I still ain't heard from fam.
yeah. That so so the cycle that is pretty fast because the cycle is slow. after the April testing, the cycle is it's
Mhm.
typically slow. You really don't really hear nothing until about June or July. But and then you don't so you hear about, June, May, late May, June, and then you don't hear about scholarship money until like July. And then that
Yeah.
shit changes again like right before um it changes again right when deposits are due. And then they go back, update it and rework it and shit. So I don't know. I'm hoping that I do get some money from shit from anybody. But it could be they so you military, uh
I think they probably knew
your
that I
tuition is
was.
pretty much
Yeah,
paid
yeah,
for.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's covered. It's
Yeah, they
covered.
work off of that too. So they like shit, let's
Yeah.
get this free money in here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We ain't got to worry, and
Yeah.
that's why I was like, I don't think I'm gonna be in that bottom. I don't think I'm gonna be nowhere near that bottom 20% out because, a lot of most. I feel like everybody in that 20% out is gonna be stressing over money at some on a lot of levels. You know what I mean?
Right, having to or having
Trying
other
to work on the
obligations
low,
like
yeah, trying to
work.
work on the
Yeah.
low kids. You
Okay,
know,
yeah.
so I'm like, psh, all I gotta do is stay focused and do what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah,
But
and instead of, I mean, if you good at taking those tests and shit,
yeah, I was looking at that too. Like when you said what you said about it, I was like, man, because I was just, I had just been looking at the essays. You know what I'm saying? The issue
yeah, it's
spotting. But then like you said, I seen something else after you said that. It was like, oh no, they got these multiple choice questions
yeah,
too.
yeah, they
You
multiple
know?
choice. Well, it's more heavily multiple choice than writing, which is like
Wow,
for me, writing is good because I'm
I'm pretty good at
I'm a
both. So
writer, yeah. But I mean, I don't think I think I prefer I may prefer writing over the multiple choice, but again, I like writing shit. I'm a writer. I published a book. So it's like that's
really,
that
you got a book too?
yeah.
Them all
Yeah,
like them
so
like Nubian books up there. You know what I'm saying? It's Ada Soji book, Kim Delaney's.
so
You know,
I mean my book is I published a memoir early when I was
it's on
20.
Amazon.
Yeah, it's on all streaming platforms. When I was 20 something, um
What's
I
the name
published.
of it? Or you don't want you don't want it out
No,
there.
it's fine. It's out there. It's The Real Verdict. So
Okay.
it talks about just early on my life, early on, and it talks about my uncle, and the whole thing with his case and execution and all of that. So it's just a life story. I felt like I
Man,
needed
you
to
got a
get it
French
out.
edition. You got a French edition and everything. Yeah, the French edition came up first.
Yes, it was damn, it's I think that's almost 10 years. It's at least 8
Matter of
that it
fact,
was.
all I see is a French edition.
No,
Let me
I should have an English version. I know it is. I'm sure it is on Amazon.
let's
I
see.
had this.
I'm on Amazon now. I'll find it.
It's
I'll
so
find it.
it's been so long ago, and then
Oh, that's what it is. I'm looking in the Kindle. I'm in the Kindle store. I'm always looking
I
at Kindle shit.
didn't republish. So it's an old book, but I think I prefer the writing. I like the writing, but I can bang out some multiple choice. So I think I would be safe anyway. I just would have to just manage my time and study and shit like that. Cause the multiple choice is not so to me it wouldn't be so hard. I think
Yeah,
I
if
would
you got
look at
content mastery, if you know the body of knowledge, it's multiple choice is really a cheat code. Like,
yeah,
it's gonna
and I
save a
think it
lot of
would
people.
be like the fucking LSAT. You just
Yeah,
sit there, you know what I'm
I did
saying?
not like that test. I did not like that test. People like, man, you got a 151 your first time. I'm like, man, look.
But that's not bad for the first time though, really.
Yeah, but people saying that, like, a couple people that I know is like, hey, that ain't bad for the first time. I'm like, yo,
It's
any
not.
like a test without a body of knowledge is just dumb. A test without a body of knowledge is just the height of like I would just studying, just be mad. You know what I mean? I'd just be studying with a grimace, just like, man,
Yeah, you're
golly,
right.
man.
That test is a stupid test. Like it is the dumbest test that I've ever encountered. Um,
Yeah.
but which is why when I look at those with those test scores and I look at them and I'm like, these motherfuckers don't. Just because you score really high on this test doesn't mean anything. It's really about repetition. If you sit there and take if you do the like practice test like every fucking 2 days or some shit, your
Mm.
score is guaranteed to increase. Like even if you look at all of those things where they offer the different shit about the different the different programs to pass the test, if you
Yeah.
look in the disclaimer, it says this these results are only based on like fucking 3,000 hours of study time and taking at least a minimum of like 50 practice tests. So they say
That's
like
nuts.
guarantee your score increase by 10 points. That's only if you take those fucking practice tests for that long you um and then plus you study those number of hours or whatever. But shit, anybody can pretty much pass that test if you got the time. I mean,
Yeah.
not pass it, but just
Yeah. It was
score
just
high
hard for
on
me
it.
to get excited. It was hard for me to get excited about that test. Like I took a
It's
lot of
not an
IT
exciting
certs.
one. It's not.
Yeah. And it was like dry material with the IT stuff, but at least I could come up with mnemonics and different things because it was a body of knowledge for me to tackle. But this shit was like, I'm doing logic games. It's like, okay, you got grouping game, ordering
Hmm.
game, clusters, and I did logic games probably more than anything else just because
It
it
was
was like
fun.
it was like doing crossword puzzles all day, doing Sudoku or
Yeah,
something. But it
yeah.
was just,
That's exactly what it was like.
but reading comp was just like it was just like
It's
hell. It was just like, what the
yeah,
fuck, you know?
all the dense material, and then it was so I because I went back. So every time, so I would go back for those practice tests. I would go and find the actual article that they would pull the material from because it's usually a article that's published in what it's called.
Yeah, the scientific journals and academic
Yeah,
journals and
right.
stuff.
So I would go to those academic journals and I would put in keywords to look for them. And when you
Mm.
go look at when you go and find, if you just do it for one, if you go back and look, if you want to look at the material again, because once you put that material away, you like, oh, okay, that's enough. But when you go look at it, they don't take the articles directly from the original articles.
I heard they appropriate the language to make it even worse.
Yes, and they take chunks of the article and they piece it together. So when you're reading the shit, it doesn't make sense because they're piecing together the fucking articles. So there was one article, there's one story in particular where it was about um African Americans um no, not traveling. It was about the Great Migration, the
Yeah,
first one.
yeah.
Okay, so I went and found the actual article.
I had that question.
You
The
had a
Great
one about
Migration.
the
The
Great
Great
Migration.
Migration.
So
Yeah.
the anytime they talk
And
about
how like after the first 5 years it stopped being about the money.
right, the different stuff that changed. Okay, so
Yeah.
now mind you, every time there's an article about you know African Americans, Black people, whatever, it's always something like that, right?
Hmm.
It's nothing that's like salacious. So they're not talking about, the horrors of Jim Crow and segregation and all that
Yeah.
shit.
Just
It's
cold
real
facts.
it's real balanced and it's vague. You know what I'm saying? So you're not for one side or for another side or whatever. So I went through and looked at the article and I said, what the fuck? This ain't that. Like
At
that shit,
all.
it was totally different. I was like, oh my gosh, look at all the shit they left out. After I read the actual article, I was like, okay, this shit makes sense. But reading their, jumbled up version, I was able to easily answer their questions using the original article, not the shit that
How
they
did
put
you?
together.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. After the fact.
Yeah. So this was a practice test that I went and found the article on. Reading the
Hmm.
actual article is much longer, but I was able to understand where it's like the author, asking questions like the fucking author's tone or the author's point of view or some shit like that, and they got this all jumbled up shit. But when you read the full article, the author's tone. You could tell, and then I hate the other two where they try and tell you what would be the title of these, what two titles fit best for this article, that type of shit,
Hmm.
when it's a half-ass article. So you gotta kind of like, kind of fucking guesstimate or whatever. But when you go and look at the real articles, you see like, oh, okay, the fucking articles actually make sense. The shit that they put together makes no sense at all. So
Yeah.
it's entirely a test just to confuse the fuck out of you. And I think they write it just to piss people off. I don't even, because they say it's not a real measurement of lawsuit success. So
Yeah.
I don't
And
I don't
it's not a measure of lawyer success, right? Because
no,
it's saying how.
they said law school success. It's not
Oh
a
wow.
measure of it's not a measure of law school success. So just because you scored a high ass score on your LSAT does not mean you can cut it in actual law school.
Yeah.
The numbers don't correlate. That's why they keep pressing to change it. Um,
Yeah. Some
to
people trying to get rid of it and say I think I heard somewhere they wanted to like use the
they actually have an
GRE and
alternative. They have an alternative to it.
really.
Yeah, it's shit, I can't even think of the name of it, but it's a program that you go through. It's like I want to say like 6 weeks program. Instead of you going and taking this one test, you're in like a 6 weeks program. You get graded, and it's like a law school prep, and
Okay,
you're graded
I
on
heard
it.
about that. I heard
Yeah.
about that, like to help you get into law school. I didn't know that could replace the LSAT in and of itself, though.
So it's based on the schools. So some school will the the um substitute the score that you receive
Mm.
from that, from as opposed to the LSAT. Kind of like how they do with the GRE. Some people take the GRE or the LSAT. So this is another thing that they're introducing that could be an alternative to the LSAT. So some schools are accepting three different scores. They'll take three different scores, while other schools are they just stuck with the some
Yeah.
those prestige schools, or so-called
Yeah.
prestige schools. I
Yeah.
think they're gonna
So
stay with
so
the
called.
LSAT.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
So called.
it's money in that. They make money off of that. That shit ain't
All those tests they make from the ACT,
yeah.
the SAT,
LSAT is like
MCAT, DCAT.
remember so the girl was the young lady came in, like, was it last night in office hours, and she was talking about Pearsons and
Oh yeah, yeah,
McLuff
from
Mc
Tanzania.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah,
the LSAT,
Mifflin and McGraw Hill and all
McGraw Hill,
the.
yeah, LSAT is like them. They're like
Hmm.
they're another one. So
Yeah.
they're still they are what do you call, like, it's a money game. So I see them
Big
as
time.
no different from the the organizations
College
that I'm
board, yeah,
yeah,
college
that I'm
board,
fighting
all of them.
against. Yeah, they know different. Like it's a corporation that's their sole purpose is to make money. And so um yeah, that's
I want to get over here to this school and and straight up, I just want to get over here, find me a few good clinics that I can work in, whether it's like Innocence Project type stuff, or just give me some good clinic work, and I can figure it out from there. If I can get in a good extracurricular, if I have a good first semester, I get on the law review,
yeah.
or mute court, or mock or mock trial, you
Yeah.
know. Um, and I
Yeah,
don't know
that's
how
a
many law reviews they have, because I know you got the main law review, and then sometimes you'll have like a race, because Angie Porter, her stuff didn't appear in the Michigan Law Review. It appeared in Michigan's Race and Law Review.
so hers was she did that purposely too. She said that she chose where she wanted it to appear so that there wouldn't be a paywall. So she was real specific in
Mm,
how she chose, which I honestly, when she said that, I was like, oh, I didn't know they could do that. So, the others are typically behind paywalls. So
yeah, man.
she kind of, made sure that she would get hers where
A
it
lot of
would
them
be
academic
accessible
papers
to everybody.
are behind paywalls. So, like, you probably seen Dr. Carr talk about this book, right? The Alain Locke, right? The new Negro,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
right? So, but then on his Black Table Talks, he had Lucius Outlaw on there, right? The guy he taught at Vanderbilt for a long time. He taught philosophy at Vanderbilt.
The white guy?
No, he black. He a black dude. Black dude.
Wait.
Lucius Outlaw, right? He come up under
Why wouldn't I know his name? I've
he come
seen
up under
all the
Harold
black tables.
he come up under Harold Cruz.
Cruz?
So like, yeah,
Okay.
he come up under Harold Cruz. So the Negro crisis of the Negro intellectual, all that.
Mhm.
But he tore Jeffrey Stewart in this book apart, right? At the end of the interview, he's like, what's next for you? He was like, I got a review of that work of fiction. Like, he just shaded it crazy. So I was like, well, where can I get this review at? You know what I mean? And I had to
Wait,
pay for
he
that.
was on the black table? I
He was
mean,
on the black table. He was on the black table with Professor Carr, just talking about philosophy and the civil rights movement. Because Harold Cruz had that. Because you got Freedom Ways was out, right? But then you had another publication called the Black Scholar,
uh-huh.
right? Which
How
kind
did
of
I miss this?
an opportunity, and you had all those quarterly news articles. But look up Lucius Outlaw Jr., and it should come up with him and Carr, probably be the most popular video of him. But I read his review of this book, but I had to pay for it because it was sitting
You
behind a
had to
pile.
pay for his review?
I had to pay for the review because it was an article in I want to say it was Duke. It's either Duke. I think Duke has a newsletter on philosophy, and he published it in that. So I was like, well, shit, let me try to get in there. You know what I'm saying? Because I have an account with Duke University Press, because I get a lot of books from the university presses too. So I was
Mhm.
like, maybe I can just order that edition of that magazine. But it was so hard to find that fucking article.
I did watch this. How could I forget it?
But it was at
I'm
the very end of the interview where he was like, and he and when I tell you, I thought this was an excellent book, right? But then when I read his review, I was like, God damn! And he won a Pulitzer Prize, and he won the National Book Award for this. But this guy went down line for line, like, yeah, he got this wrong, he got this wrong, he got this wrong, and it was like really shit that he got wrong. He was like, this date, he said this date is wrong. He contradicted himself from this chapter, and it got to
who
talk.
is the author?
Jeffrey Stewart. So he's the philosophy chair at Berkeley or UCLA. He out on the West Coast,
Okay.
you know. but he came out to Howard, and Carr introduced him and stuff, you know what I mean? And then he sat down with David Leveran Lewis, and they had a really good, they probably had the best conversation about the book, because David Leveran Lewis did he did Du Bois.
Yeah,
So
right.
why do David Leveran Lewis talk like that? like when you look at his career, he's been to Ghana. When Maya Angelou was over there, he was over there as a young journalist covering that. So he's been in the mix. But like, nigga, why do you talk like you sitting with your legs crossed and a pipe in your hand? Like why you don't talk like a regular person? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? I don't know where he from or nothing. You know what I mean? But I just when I went to DC, I was asking Dr. Carr shit like that. Like, yo, like, we was just clowning, you know what I mean? And I was just like, yo, why this nigga talk like this? You know what I mean?
But that's not the only because he's wrote a few.
Oh yeah.
Books.
He wrote a great book on the Harlem Renaissance called When Harlem Was in Vogue.
Okay, I got a few of his books. That's
Yeah,
all
Race to
right.
Fashoda, about this, his version of the scramble of Africa, which I got it right there. Then he got yeah, he wrote like a biography of DC as a city. He got a lot of books. He got one on the Moors. He got a book on the Moors. But it don't say it's on the Moors, but it's on the Moors.
Okay,
Called
I have to see that.
God's Crucible. God's Crucible, which is
Okay, no, that one may be in my
God's Crucible, Islam in the Making of Europe. Which is a cool way to say the Moors, but it's not really, you know what I mean? Because it's all about Anatolia, you know what I mean, and them coming into that Spanish peninsula, and basically like running stuff,
that one actually may be I might need to, that one may be in the digital library.
Yeah.
I think I've seen that one before.
Yeah.
I got a few of his books, but I gotta check the digital library to see if that was in there, because
What? So your digital library is on your website, and your website is the same as your Educate to Free Us? Is it educatetoFreeUs.org? And
well, yeah, I got two. So it's political education for freedom.org, but it's also educate to free us .org.
yeah, I gotta start me a YouTube channel and a website. I never want to start one and not be consistent with it. You know what I'm saying? If people start tapping in with me, I want to be able to say, look, every Tuesday I'm gonna be here.
Oh no, it's fine.
Yeah. And I know
never
me.
consistent with it.
Did you get? I feel like when I subscribed to your channel, you had like 5 subscriptions, and then I come back and it was like 1,000. So
yeah, I actually sent it out to people. So I have I've got about that many subscribers on the website. So it makes sense that it's just the same people kind of carry over.
That's
But
good
I
though.
tell my family, my teacher friends,
Mhm.
students,
Yeah.
that's a good number of people too. But
Yeah, I don't know how you do that teaching, man. I was married to a teacher for a long time, with my ex-wife, man. Like we still cool, man, and she's still teaching to this day, and man, the stories never change. The stories
it,
never change.
it's harder now. I think it's much harder. That's why
Do y'all
I'm
have to
going
adopt
to.
adopt new frameworks every couple of years, like reading frameworks and all of that? Because she's like, yeah, now they want to bring this thing in. Now they want to get rid of this, and
Well,
they're adopting something out of North Carolina. And
so I'm not. I do history.
see, she
So
she she early childhood. She early,
okay,
so
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 that's
so she K through third. I think right now she's teaching second grade.
yeah. So I'm certified 4 through 8. Um, social studies, ELA, and generalist. So I could teach any
Oh, you
grade
got it
level.
good. You teaching high school history,
But
middle school history.
middle school, yeah. So it's not much change, but like I could see the changes like with math and ELA. A lot of the change there's there's always something that changed, and they so hyper focused on math and ELA. So those are the
Mm,
ones who are scrutinized the most.
that's
Um,
what, because they feel like the money is in math, right?
well, the numbers is in maths. Like every single math, I mean every single grade level, they're testing them on they're testing their math. So like for my grade level, um they take in Texas, they do test on that level. But I also taught 7th grade. There is no standardized test. So there's no
Mm.
they use these district level tests to measure the effectiveness of the teacher, but the district level test is much they I would say it's much more difficult than the standardized test. So the numbers really don't correlate together like they should. So if you have really low scores on the district level assessments, it doesn't necessarily mean that you would have really low scores on the state level assessment, because the district level assessments are much harder on purpose. They want it to be harder so that when you get the state test, it's easier. There's no
And the state,
logic
they
to
still,
it.
Texas still got the star. When my kids was here, when I was living
Yeah,
here before,
yeah,
they
it's
had the
still the
star
star.
test.
But we
And
didn't
it was
have
just
a
like,
star when I was here because
yeah.
I've always been here. But we had the so
Well,
they
that's
had
No Child Left Behind kind of brought those state, yeah, brought that
well
stuff to the
no, actually
forefront, huh?
there's always been um state level tests, or standardized tests.
It
They
just didn't have a
changed.
consequence with teacher pay and stuff like that. They just couldn't use it. Is that what changed,
No,
or it's complicated?
yeah, it's complicated in the sense that the No Child Left Behind really um was leaving the kids behind. So in
Mm,
before you could actually fail kids for not
now you pushing
passing.
them.
Yeah, so No
Now
Child
you
Left
pushing
Behind
them.
is
So,
kids can actually fail the test and they can still pass.
got
So
functionally illiterate kids graduating from high school.
right. I mean, man, if you I'm telling you of the level that these kids are on, it's it's sad. But I don't know if you finished watching the other episode where I was talking about the Houston ISD and the grade levels or whatever, and the work of those teachers to get that school up to a passing grade. Like that's something that's commendable. um Going from an F to a C is a really big deal. And I'm sure it's a combination of everybody, the kids, the teachers, whatever. But um a school that was, you know, almost 10 years failing, to go from, failing rating to, and it was a lot of other stuff that goes into that. But um some of those jobs is hard. That's why they actually started offering teachers, um if we teach in hard to staff grades, I mean hard to staff schools and hard to staff subjects, they was giving like $7,000 stipends just to teach in those schools, in those areas. um oh, you're hold on.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, your
Texting.
camera went out. Okay.
It did.
Yeah, it's back.
All right, I'm back. Yeah. Yeah,
um
I was texting, so got the
yeah,
text
they
message.
they was offering like $7,000 if you this is like yearly stipend. So you get $7,000 if you're in a hard to staff area, another 5,000 if you're in a hard to staff grade level.
Wow.
And then they would give
That's
like
that's some
another,
hellified. There's some hellified incentives right there.
yeah, then they would give another 5 to 7 if you was at a school with a high turnover rate.
Mm,
So, and this, they only did this for, they did it for a couple years, and then now that the shit has gone away, which to me is like all them schools that went from failing to passing is now about to go from passing to fail. Because now there's no incentive for, there's no incentive for not just the teachers but the kids too. So,
yeah, my
not to mention he fucking everything up over there. So,
my sister-in-law, she was a principal for a while, and I'm from Florida, so um, and where we came from, as a consequence of Brown v. Board, right? Like Jim Crow's pink slip. Like it used to be a black high school and it was one white high school. I'm from a little town. And so when they did that, they combined it, right? Fired all them black people, you know what I mean? For except for a
mm-hmm.
handful, just for window dressing. Like, hey, you the broom closet administrator. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Start
but
making up jobs and shit.
yeah, so
Plus
but
taking
she
their pay away.
yeah, so she was having trouble. They wouldn't never give her a school. They just kind of kept her as an assistant principal. So when she moved to a city, one county over to Fort Pierce or St. Lucie County, they put her at the worst school, right, in the county. And she brought it from an F all the way to an A, right, in 2 years.
And then
So
they moved her.
yeah, and then they said, congratulations, here's what you won, another F school, right?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But she brought that one up. And at that point, she was burnt out, and she was
Mm-hmm.
like, and she just took a job at the district. You know what I mean? Just do some paperwork. But it's funny because my brother, he's not an educator, but he made a lot of money, like a lot of money. When No Child Left Behind came back, he
Uh-huh.
started a tutoring company because at least in Florida, um, I guess Florida adopted some kind of program where they took some of that No Child Left Behind money, and it was like 2,500 per kid. All he had to do was get the parents to sign a form. He would get
Mm-hmm.
2,500, and the kid would be, you know, it would pay for X amount of hours of tutoring. So he would
Mm-hmm.
pay the teachers whatever, like way more than they would used to get paid, like $50 an hour. But he still would have stupid money. He still would have at least, you know, a lot of money left over.
Mm-hmm.
And just to give you an idea, at one point he had 3 counties. You know what I'm saying? He was registered in 3 counties. So
So,
imagine if he's making even if he's making 500 off of each kid that he gets signed up for, and I think in some cases he would make 1,000. You know what I mean? Because he would reuse materials. He wouldn't use a brick and mortar. He would use library, conference rooms. He would for the teachers could tutor them there or like Barnes and Noble. But like he made a lot of money doing that off that legislation.
so he would have, so it at his time, he would have beat I mean, it seems as if he beat the curve. I mean, beat the curve, or not the
This
curve.
mid this mid 2000s. This like 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009.
So
He
he
still
beat the
does it today, but it's a little different.
he beat the rush because there was, at that time, there was very little emergence of charter schools. And then so that the money, I mean, him being able to, have those counties, he probably was an anomaly because there wasn't a lot of, tutoring, and wasn't a lot of private tutoring uh organizations or companies at the time. Even if
Yeah.
you look like now, you look at like Kumar and
Yeah. Kumon,
some of those
Mathnasium.
other math. Yeah,
Yeah.
those are early, those are fresh.
And they
Like,
expensive though, right?
yeah, they expensive as fuck, but they, and I mean, there's no like um
Credit or voucher
government
that you can get. Yeah.
yeah, there's no um there's no program or nothing where they, you know, you from low
You
income
yeah,
community.
you would think they would, that would, they would do that. They would just, they
No,
would
no, no.
lobby, they would
So
lobby and say, hey, let's try to get the government on board with this
so
and
what
get them to
he
subsidize the cost.
what they should, but what the government said was, which is why I was like he beat the curve on that, because um what they started doing was to avoid paying those private tutors. They started offering tutorials at school, and it became mandatory.
Mm,
So now it's like, and teachers have mandatory tutorials, which is like crazy as fuck. But if you're
like
if you're
I'm
in an
if
area,
you don't get it when I'm teaching it, you
why
know,
would I? And
yeah.
that's another one of those no child left behind type things. Like,
Hmm.
so now they're not paying, you're not paying a private tutor, you just paying a teacher, and you're paying them lower than their normal hourly rate. So
Mm,
tutorials is not uh it's not your regular hourly pay. It's on,
yeah.
they have it on a it's on a baseline. So it's
Yeah.
like 1 year it was everybody is uh $20 an hour for
Hmm.
tutorial. And then another year it was like $25 an hour tutorial
Yeah.
pay. And then another year. Now this is on top of your, regular hourly rate. So you do 2 hours of tutorial every day at the end of school. But
Hmm.
as a teacher, your normal pay, you probably averaging about, $35, depend, maybe $40 if you're getting some stipends or whatever.
Yeah.
you
40,
you
50 grand a year.
yeah, you well,
Yeah.
that's the base. They actually moved up the base. The base is like
Yeah.
50 something.
Yeah.
But with your stipends and all that, you may come off at, $70. But of course you're already teaching in a hellhole. You're teaching somewhere where nobody stays that long. So if
Yeah.
you go in there to get that stipend, that stipend may only last you a year, or two, because you may only be there a year or two, because it has such a high turnover rate. But then they force you to do after school tutorials for all these fucking kids, plus they force you to do a Saturday tutorial. So it's just like, and then it's below your normal pay. So
Mm,
um that was one of those no child left behind. But like you saying, like $2,500, he getting, let's say, $2,500 a kid. uh well, the teachers, like, he could have been paying his tutors $100 an hour or something for them to do, 1 or 2 hour tutoring. Well, those teachers now is at the school having to do those tutorials that they would be paying a private tutor, and they're paying the teachers only $25 an hour to tutor, the same number of kids as, but let's average maybe 5 or 10 kids they're tutoring, 5 or 10 kids for $50 a day at the end of the school day. And then some days mandatory on Saturdays from 8 to 12. Like, it's a you get burned out on that shit.
oh yeah, for
Like,
sure.
you really get burned out on it.
My
It's not.
ex-wife, she Tampa, Hillsborough County, the biggest county in Florida, biggest school district in Florida, right? Bigger than Miami, bigger than Jacksonville, right? Um, they went. She watched them go through like maybe four superintendents. All of them got severance pay. I'm talking about big. They got signing bonus. They got millions to come in. They paid them in the hundreds of thousands when they left, right? They recruited them from New York, California, all these different places, and she never got a raise because all of them was like, "Yo, we got to be fiscally responsible." And she got good evals, but they did like a freeze on the money because Hillsborough County is running such a deficit.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
so
running a
so they
deficit.
didn't
So
incentivize her.
teaching, it's Republican governors. Republican governors. The teachers union in Florida, they you know what I mean, they was at war with the
Do
GOP.
y'all even have so? Because we don't have a union. I mean, we have a union. We
It's a
pay
teachers
one.
union, but it's toothless. You know what I mean? It's like they
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's why I'm like when in Texas,
You
it's
say y'all got one, but y'all don't really got one.
no, we don't have one. Like to me, I was like, I had so many clear examples of how the union, the Houston Federation of Teachers, that's the one that most teachers are a part of at least in HISD and grid large some of the other districts, but they are toothless. But there's so many tactics that can be deployed to be useful without having to actually strike. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the power of the union. If you don't have the power to strike, then you don't have the power.
Right.
So the even with teachers going on strike, to me it's like that's some of it, but that's not all the power. I think it's the more of the power is organizing with the parents to strike their students from coming, because when the students miss days, that independent school district don't get the money, but also the state doesn't get the money. So you can really make some moves if you organize the parents to do, organize these schools in large numbers to do sick outs with these kids. Because that's the biggest problem that we have in the school districts, or in just us being able to
It's the parents. No, I'm just playing.
no, like just with the funding, the biggest problem with the funding is attendance. It's like we can't plan for the next year because the attendance is so low.
Wow.
Or
Really?
yeah, because so that's how it works. We get the money that
I
we
figured
get.
people be sending their kids to school to eat, because that's how it is in Florida. You know what I mean? There's free babysitting and free, free food.
Yeah, I mean, but not in middle school. Shit, them kids basically taking care of themselves. They may
Yeah, that
come
is true.
around
Yeah, I'm in.
lunchtime.
I'm in my ex-wife paradigm. You know what I mean? Which was
Oh yeah,
K
yeah,
through
K
yeah
through
K through third.
yeah,
Elementary.
and
She stayed at elementary school level.
but even still, some of them sometimes their attendance is poor, depending on the area. Them kids just they
Yeah,
stay home. Um,
yeah.
Shit, if they was like us, what they call us latchkey kids. I don't think I was a latchkey kid, but shit, we could stay at home. Hey, mom, I don't feel good. All right, stay there. Don't leave. Lock the door. Don't open the door. If the police come, go hide under the bed. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, shit, you could be fucking,
Ah,
you could be fucking eight,
act
9 years old.
like this Jehovah Witness. Let me
Yeah,
apologize to all the Jehovah Witnesses that's listening,
yeah.
but we used to get on the floor when y'all showed up. Hey, don't move,
Don't move.
don't
Yeah.
move.
If you
All right, they
sneeze,
go on.
yeah, don't sneeze, don't cough. Everybody get your coughs and your sneezes out. Cause if they hit you, them motherfuckers ain't leaving. But
Tell me.
yeah, so I mean, them young kids, they attendance is poor too. But in middle school, the attendance poor, so we don't get that money. So, but it hurts us at our schools. But think about some of those real nice schools that get all of the funding, plus they have a decent, PTA, PTO, whatever.
She tapped out. She went Dodds. She went on ahead and she went to Dodds because when I was in Okinawa, she taught at the Dodds. Because overseas it's only Dodds schools for the kids, DOD schools, and
But
yeah, we come back to the States. You feed into schools on the economy, and military kids, right? They it's usually two-parent households, and
mm-hmm,
everybody got money, but
mm-hmm.
you still got half of the school is still not like that. You know what I mean?
Right,
So
right. Yeah.
but she broke down, so she over at Fort Campbell teaching on Fort Campbell, and again, it's infantry though. Fort Campbell's like a big infantry base. So, these are killers that, for real, like
They
these
on
are
the front
killers.
line.
Yeah, these a
Yeah.
lot of tiki torch whites, and then I'm gonna tell you something that I didn't
Oh.
see, and you could let me know if Houston is like this, but Kentucky, Tennessee, because it's right on the Kentucky Tennessee border.
Mm-hmm.
Like, fentanyl is crazy in Appalachia.
Oh, well, yeah. I
Like
mean, that's how
it's
they got the fucking opioids.
Yeah, like the soldiers is on it, their
That's their
wives, their
drug.
spouses is on it, and the kids are kind of just like you say, latchkey, you
Uh-huh.
know. But it's God, so they got more money than God. It's smart boards. You know what I mean? It's computers in every classroom.
Mm-hmm.
And not Dell all in ones. They got like Macs. You know what I mean?
Right,
So
right.
yeah, but
That's so funny. I was just having this conversation with a few of my friends about the different schools and stuff, and they was like, it's the white neighborhood or whatever. It's like it's a white neighborhood. It's I guess you would call you call it a prominent neighborhood. So people
oh wow,
who stay over there,
where the Bushes
um
live at?
nah, because I don't know what I don't know what they if they was living in Houston, they would have been living on in River Oaks. But it's not River Oaks, so it's outside of
I done
Houston.
seen white folks from River Oaks go get the cat.
Yeah. So it's it's outside of Houston. So it's a different county, it's Fort Bend County, but they were
The
talking about how
woods or whatever. What is it? Woodlands, the woodlands or whatever. I
not
hear people
that way,
talking about the
it's
woodlands.
Sugarland. So it's the
Oh,
other side.
Sugarland. Okay, I was looking
Yeah.
for a house. When I was house hunting, I was thinking about buying a house out there. I was
Yeah,
looking at Sugarland.
they taxes is real high. But I mean, it's to
Mo
so you
City.
go further out, you get more land for, what I'm saying, for your dollar. But you used to anyway. I don't know what the fuck it's like now. It's wild. Like but they were talking about how the old school people was, wanting to, the black parents and stuff was wanting to send their kids to the old school. The old schools cuz they just built a new school, and people don't want to go to the new school because they thinking like, oh, the new school is it's it
New
ain't
school
good,
got the new school
it's
got new
ghetto,
shit.
and that's what I'm saying. But they trying to say like, oh, the new school's ghetto and this, that, and that. I don't even know how that came about. Something happened. It was like two incidents in the school or something. They was telling me. My friends telling me all this shit. I don't know about it. So my one of my friends was like, they the fucking fools because they want to let them kids go to that old school, and at old school, all them fucking kids is fucking doped up on cocaine and fentanyl. Cuz this is a white school. It's the the demographics are largely white. That area
Mm.
anyway, the demographics are largely white. But she was like, that's the school where the fucking kids on fentanyl. So I'm like, well shit, I guess they look like, what I'm saying, like on
Can't
the
do it.
outside it looks like it's not, bad or whatever, but
Yeah.
on the inside,
Quiet rivers run deep, as they say.
yeah, right. So you looking at these kids like, and I don't want my kids to go to this school, and you send your kid over there, and next thing you know, your fucking kid is fucking addicted to fentanyl. So I think
Hmm.
it's really it's really a problem, but it is a problem amongst a certain demographic of people in the same way that opioids were. And we can kind of we got an idea on why it's like that. You know what I'm saying? They didn't give the
Yeah.
shit to us, and
Hmm.
they now easily. I mean, they easily give it to them. And even after the opioids crisis, they still didn't change the way they prescribe medicine. They still prescribe medicine at higher rates, pain meds at higher rates to them than us.
Yeah.
So
Hey, what's your pain level? It's a 4. Okay. Gonna write you this real quick. You know.
right. So I mean, I think that that's kind of evident. I don't like the fact that how they have, with fentanyl and shit, the way that they putting it in different stuff. Um, like you could get some fucking bad weed with fentanyl in it. And it's like, why y'all doing that? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, you think you like it's just weed. Like, why the fuck would you
Yeah.
want to put fentanyl in my weed? Like, damn.
Yeah.
So
That's crazy.
a lot of those kids are, they doing vapes and shit like that because, it's kind of hard to tell. But
And then you
yeah,
got these smoke shops everywhere with these pre-rolls. You don't know what's in that shit. You know what I
exactly.
mean?
That's why
Them
these
vape
it's like
pens and stuff. You don't know, like you don't know what you putting in your body.
that's why it's like you know, I'm like, look, I don't want to hear shit about no vaccine if your ass smoke weed, you do vape or
Pills,
pills,
going
or
to the
if your
pill
ass
man.
getting that fucking Ozempic and Wegovy, you might as well fucking shoot your ass up with that fucking coronavirus
Telling you.
vaccine.
Cause I'm
Like,
like, man, you doing. They say once you get on the Ozempic, you can't get off. They say you
well,
gotta take it. You gotta take it forever.
forever. They say if you get off, your ass gonna get back fat like you was.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's really no point. But yeah, I think we gonna close out today. I appreciate you
yeah. No
coming in.
problem. No problem.
Yeah,
You know, I'm off tomorrow. That's my running joke. You know, cause I'm, you know,
you
I ain't got
retired.
no job. Yeah, I'm off tomorrow. So, but yeah, it's always good to talk. Always good to talk
Yeah.
to a fellow Nubian. You know.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm actually, so since it's summer, I'm gonna probably be more consistent in doing these live shows because I never really planned them. I would just come in here and bam, get down and record an episode real quick and then don't release it.
Yeah.
So I got some stuff up in the vault that I need to release. But I'm gonna send y'all,
Yeah, I
let
gotta.
y'all know whenever I go
Yeah, I gotta.
live.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a consult with you about YouTube because, like I say, I want to start. I'm thinking about like starting something like a law school journey type thing, and then maybe
Oh
then
yeah.
start doing content off that because everybody love those, right? You know what I mean? And
That
you
would be
know
cool. Yeah,
that'll
like
get it, and then just start easing in putting the medicine in the
the radical
candy.
shit.
Yeah. Start breaking down cases and then start doing start putting out books and this thing, here come the George Jackson. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
That George
So,
Jackson, that's gonna get you a couple. But
uh,
yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. I had a nice run of about 10 people watching.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
pretty
I
sure
think I looked down, it had got to 4 at one point. You know what I mean?
I'm
So,
pretty sure I know all 10 of those. Well, I'm streaming on like 3 platforms. So I'm on like,
okay, okay.
yeah, I'm
I
on
was
like
looking at YouTube.
YouTube, I'm on X, and I'm on Facebook. So it's a good
Okay,
old 10 or 12 folks that I'm probably sure I know exactly who they are. But
all right.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna let you know when I go live again, and
Okay,
we'll I'll probably give you a better heads up on what it is that we was talking about. But I appreciate the conversation. I really enjoyed it, and thanks
yeah,
Atran for coming through also.
yep, for sure. A Train was fired up.
Yeah, yeah. I like that. That just kind of got
Yeah,
me um that got me in the mode too.
for
So
sure.
appreciate that. And let's see here. Okay, thanks for joining me on this episode of Political Education for Freedom podcast. We covered Marilyn Mosby, the targeting of Black prosecutors, the Marjorie Taylor Greene, Jasmine Crockett. We also talked a little bit about are we cultivating an environment for our kids to sell us out? I really enjoyed that conversation. Remember to visit us online at politicaleducationforfreedom.org for more information. If you like this episode, please subscribe to Political Education for Freedom podcast. Follow us on all social media platforms at Educate to Free Us. At Educate to Free Us. You see it right there. Thanks for tuning in. Until next time, keep pushing for freedom and education. Thanks all for joining.